All right, welcome back to the Your Future Endeavors Wrestling Podcast. I am Diavolo,
I'm Lunchbox.
and today we'll be covering the weekly action following the absolutely abysmal Extreme Rules pay-per-view. A lot of interesting things happening this week, obviously, with the draft happening on Smackdown. Very interesting shit this week, and I thought the week as a whole, before we get into anything specific, I thought everything was pretty good this week. Not um, there wasn't a whole lot that let me down.
Yeah.
Yep, indeed. So we'll jump right into it. We had Monday Night Raw, obviously, to start the week, and the first match was to be Big E versus Bobby Lashley for the WWE Championship in a rematch. Um, if you watched Extreme Rules, uh, Bobby Lashley cut a promo where he was real pissed. He keeps calling Big E things like a coward and a chicken shit. Um, Essentially called him out for a rematch, saying that he didn't win the title in a fair way. Big E, obviously being the fighting champion that he is, accepted, and that is what we got to open the show. And now, um, we also got this match to end the show, and we'll explain why in a second here. So, um, the match starts. For the majority of this, Lashley had the upper hand, and it actually looked like he was poised to win up until Big E started to get you know a bit of a bit of momentum going, and lo and behold, who comes out to ringside is Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin in their Hurt Business T-shirts. And they didn't attack Big E. They didn't interfere in the match, but they made their presence known. And then the New Day ran down and essentially kept the Hurt Business from getting involved. A huge brawl ensued, um, and that's pretty much like what the end of the match was. It wasn't like an actual finish here, but it was it was physical back and forth with the action. But because of this attack and because the Hurt Business came down, Pierce Adam Pierce announced that there was going to be a steel cage match for the main event, in which we were going to get an actual finish to the WWE Championship match because he didn't want either teams getting involved. So, um, very interesting. I guess with the Hurt Business just kind of being back together, that's cool. They never should have been broken up in the first place. Um, but yeah, I like that the Hurt Business is back together. I will say, and I don't mean to be overly negative, but it seems like with MVP being out, they just kind of tossed Cedric and Shelton back into that spot. So I don't know if this was always in the cards or what, but given that MVP's out for a while, I definitely felt that way. But it's good to see them back together because they're definitely a really good stable. Um, and with their reuniting, I'm interested to see where they go. But yeah, that was essentially like what the main point of this segment was to reintroduce the Hurt Business uh, back. I guess they're just back in as a four-man stable now, so that's cool. So yeah, what did you think about this opening segment of Raw?
Uh, I thought the back and forth between Bobby Lashley and Big E was pretty good. I I was a little confused when I first saw Cedric and Shelton. Like you said, I don't think they ever should have been broken up. Um, but I will admit, it was good to see them back all together. Um, I like how they set up for the main event that night. I think it was a good setup instead of the usual. two people show up on Monday Night Raw to open the show, and now all of a sudden you got a main event. Um, I think it was something refreshing uh, to see be done, and yeah, man. Overall, I thought it was a real good segment.
Indeed, yeah, it is good to see them back together. Um, Unfortunately, if only they didn't get broken up, we probably could have gotten that Survivor Series match that we kind of it's kind of a dream match really between the Hurt Business and the Bloodline. But I guess they decided to go in a different direction. And yeah, I think it's probably going to be good for Lashley moving forward, depending on like no matter where he goes. Which it'd be cool to see them, the Hurt Business, end up on Smackdown. Maybe we could eventually get that down the line between the Bloodline and the Hurt Business. It's possible that could still be in the cards, um, but yeah, it's cool to see them back together. Um, because Shelton and Cedric incredibly underrated and underused. So uh, being alongside Bobby Lashley will definitely improve that. Um, Moving on from this, we had it was Eric from the Viking Raiders versus Angel Garza one on one. Obviously, Ivar was in Eric's corner and Humberto Carrillo was in Garza's corner. Now, I do really enjoy the pairing between Garza and Carrillo. I know we talked about that last week. It's cool to see them getting TV time, especially as a tag team, because the tag team division definitely needs more competition. Um, but I wish they would do some more with the Viking Raiders, because I mean they are former tag team champions. Let's not forget they held onto the titles for a good amount of time. Um, and they're definitely a team. I know we talked about on the Extreme Rules podcast that like how like the Street Profits are like right up there with the New Day and the Usos on like the top end of the tag teams. The Viking Raiders are a team that could easily be right there too. They just get booked into really bad places. I know Ivar was out with an injury for a long time, so I wish they did more with them. But um, as far as this pairing with Garza and Carrillo go, it's good to see they're getting some momentum built up here. Um, the one-on-one match was really good. Carrillo was running distraction, um, which it definitely seems like he's gone more towards the heel side now, which is interesting because he's been a babyface the whole time he's been in WWE. Um, and yeah, I thought this was good. Um, Garza ended up picking up the W here, and it definitely seems like they're getting a solid push. They're definitely trying to build some momentum behind these guys. So, um, very interested to see what happens with that moving forward.
I I really enjoyed this because, like you said, for one, like you said, the Viking Raiders, uh, they deserve better, man. Because like they are an amazing tag team. If you go back and you watch their time in NXT, you'll know what I'm talking about. Um, they're just a really talented team that should be towards the top. Um, but it's also good to see um, Humberto and Angel get a little bit of shine on them because I know, especially for Humberto, he was a bit of a jobber for a while there. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? And we haven't really seen a lot of Angel Garza lately. He's somebody that's really talented, so I like to see that they're trying to give a fresh new team uh, a push. Um, but I do think that they shouldn't give up on the Viking Raiders. I don't think that uh, uh, Angel or Humberto's push should come at the cost of the Viking Raiders.
yeah, I agree. Um, I know last week it was over was it Mansoor and Ali, who we talked about. We like their pairing, and we think they should get a solid push also. But Viking Raiders are former tag team champions, so I think it's a good win under Garza and Carrillo's belt. But Viking Raiders, since Ivar's come back, has definitely not gotten the best of pushes, the best of booking. So, um, yeah, yeah, we will. We'll see what happens uh, moving forward with them. Maybe they get swapped over to Smackdown or something in the draft and could provide some fresh competition for the Usos.
Hmm.
Should they stay over there? Um, but yeah, I thought as far as the segment goes, it was pretty good. Um, and I'm interested to see where Garza and Korea go moving forward. They might have some tag team titles around their waist sooner rather than later. We'll see. Um, Now, this was probably like the biggest downer for me on the show, is we got a 24/7 championship match with Reggie, obviously, who's the champion, and Ricochet. And ah man, why? Just why? Why is Ricochet out here competing for a 24/7 championship? Uh, I just I don't know. The whole segment was really a waste of time. There was like some cool spots that they did. That both of these guys are incredible athletes, very acrobatic. So they were pulling off some really cool moves here, but it was a DQ finish because they had the fucking 24/7 goons with like they literally had them at ringside. It was like Gulak, Drake Maverick, and R-Truth were sitting at ringside, and I guess Drake had like devised some fucking plan uh to get back to you know get his 24/7 title back or whatever, or just get the title off of Reggie. Um, but it failed again. Uh, the match ended in a DQ, and I just felt like this was a big waste of time.
I'm with you. We've talked about this before, but I hate the way they use Ricochet. Ricochet is so damn talented, man. He's so talented. And to see him relegated to the 24/7 championship is heartbreaking. Um, like you've said before, this championship just needs to be retired. Nobody cares about it. It was funny like the first few months you had it, but now it's not even funny. It's just taking time away from talent who really need it. Um, TV time, that is. Uh, I really wish they'd just get rid of the. I think I know Vince thinks that any TV time is good TV time, and I fucking disagree. I think I'd rather sit in catering than be relegated to the 24/7 championship picture. Like nobody's gonna take you serious if you're in the 24/7 championship picture. Like, uh, I, it's real upsetting, man.
I agree, yeah, because like you think about some of the goons that they got running around for this title. You got R-Truth, who was, if I'm not mistaken, the first ever African American NWA World Champion. Um,
Mhm.
you have people like Akira Tozawa, who his time on 205 Live, he put on some really good matches in that era. I remember him in the Cruiserweight Classic also doing some fucking incredible things. And then Drew Gulak, who like not even like a year ago in the like during the pandemic era was having feuds with Daniel Bryan. So and putting on some really good like technical style matches with him. He had a couple matches with AJ Styles, I think for like the Intercontinental Championship. Um, so it's a shame to see. And then Drake Maverick, they used him, right? Fucking for like a good portion of that 24/7 title bullshit. Uh, Released him or sent him back to NXT. Released him, Brought him back during the Cruiserweight Championship tournament. He had a pretty good run back in there. Brought him back to the main roster to be the fucking 24/7 title ringleader. I just, I don't understand at all what they what what they're doing with this talent. It's so dumb. Just retire the thing, you know. Let let it drift off into the sunset somewhere. Maybe you could even replace it with something else that's better. That's not a literal joke. Um, and maybe some of these talent could get back into like a mid card scene or do something else. I'm sure our truth is probably more into like the comedy aspect of his career at this point, even though he could probably still go in the ring and put on banger matches. But let him do something else. I don't know. I just feel like this is stupid and needs to move on, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do now. Um, Next up, we had a promo from Riddle where really he was just he was just doing the same thing that he always does, just babbling off a bunch of nonsense, looking up at the sky, talking about Randy because Randy wasn't there that week, uh, and yeah, he just babbled on a bunch of nonsense, and then Styles and Omos came into frame, and they were just staring at him like he was the dumbest person in the world. So I thought that was pretty cool, I guess, because I love Riddle. He's not somebody that really disappoints me at all. So I like his work. Um, then interestingly enough, so after the whole 24/7 title bullshit, Tozawa stayed in the ring and he got on the mic and demanded a match against anybody. He didn't care who it was. And so, who answers the call? None other than Keith Lee, who has a new nickname now of Bearcat. And apparently, this is a a nod to a a wrestler by the name of Bearcat Wright, who became popular like in the civil rights era, who was like I'm gonna pull up because I don't have a whole lot of information on him, but I know that he became a huge popular babyface, despite a lot of, like the racial tension that was in the United States at that time. So it's a nod to him, which I really like. That's fucking dope to see. I know a lot of people weren't really happy about the the change in or the nickname or whatever, but I think it's cool. I don't mind it at all, especially with something uh, on that level, being a nod to that, and especially given that that's something that America still struggles with to this day, is a lot of racial issues. I think it's a really cool thing to do and to see. Um, so he does go by Keith Bearcat Lee now, and he had a match with Tazara, and it was easy work for him. Quick W, but he had this new level of intensity about him. Like he definitely looked like he wasn't playing any games, uh, and I really enjoy that because that's exactly who Keith Lee needs to be, in my opinion. He needs to be that motherfucker that don't play any games. So, and maybe with this change and now that he's back and he's got the nickname and whatnot, maybe he'll finally get back to the top where he belongs.
I agree. As you know, I'm a big fan of Keith Lee, and I don't know, man. I really like the direction that they're kind of pointing him in, and I'm interested to see where it goes. Um, because he's a damn good talent. He can put on damn good matches, and I think I don't know. I think the dominant big man gimmick would work for him. I know some people say it's overdone, but I think with his in ring talent and just who he is, I think he could pull it off and make it relevant in 2021 and do it right, do it justice, not just another dude thrown into the picture of big man.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree because he's on like a different level of talent. Like he's incredibly agile. He's strong. He can do the big strong guy style, but he can also hit you with a moonsault from the top rope. You know. So I think it was definitely a good direction for him. I like the new intensity. Um, you know, maybe even if that means Keith Lee plays a little bit of a heel role, I'd like to see that. Um, I think he would flourish very well as a heel. Um, so we'll see where the direction goes. Um, I'm excited. It's just seeing Keith Lee on TV, really. Like he could he could come out there in the same gimmick that he had in NXT. I'd be fine with that. Um, it's just as long as he's on my television screen, because the man's a god when he steps in the ring. So um, I digress. Moving forward, we had a promo from the New Day, where it was mostly Big E talking, but it was very intense. Big E, I know obviously like he's got a lot of a reputation as being like a goofy guy, but whenever he turns on that serious meter, like he's definitely not somebody to fuck with. And Bobby Lashley has definitely brought that out of him. Um, yeah, I enjoy seeing it. Um, and he pretty much guaranteed a victory over Bobby Lashley, saying that he was going to show him exactly why he deserves to be WWE champion and why him winning wasn't a fluke. And I really enjoyed this. I like this. I like the serious side of Big E also. I think it's really good to see, and we'll probably see a lot more of it, given that he is a WWE champion now.
I agree. I like that serious side of Big E, man. Big E can be uh, real good on the mic when you let him be, just let him go.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
exactly.
he's just so talented, man. I mean, and I hope his run doesn't end anytime soon because he's just that damn talented.
Yep, yep. I'm hoping that we see a lot more of this serious side, and eventually we'll be moving away from the Bobby Lashley feud, which we'll talk about at the end of this
Yeah,
part of Raw. But yeah, interested to see what happens on later on in the night. Definitely hype me up for the main event. Um, and yeah, moving forward. Now, um, we got a world famous Raw rematch with Damian Priest and Sheamus for the United States title. Now, for what it's worth, it is a rematch, and they do need to move on from this. But for what it's worth, the match was good. Um, I think these two could always get in the ring and put on a good match. I just don't want to see it for 2 months on end. Um, but there were some really cool spots here. Um, Sheamus hit white noise off the apron through a table, which looked like it hurt like a motherfucker. Um, like I said, brutal, really good match. Priest retained and he did it clean. Um, and I really like Priest as United States champion. I feel like even though he's uh, he's kind of getting booked in a lot of these rematches, he has added a bit of prestige back to the United States title. I really like his run. The people that he's ended up pinning along the way is he's beaten the likes of Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, even before the championship with the Morrison, John Morrison and the Miz. I really like this reign. I feel like he's definitely had a better mid card reign so far than Shinsuke has had as Intercontinental Champion. Um, and he's definitely making making his case as like being it's like a must-see talent every time he gets onto the show. Um, and as far as NXT call-ups, God, he's probably had the best call-up out of anybody so far, like in the last couple of years. So it's really good to see. Um, and yeah, like yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, hopefully they move on from this. But for what it's worth, the match was really good.
Um, yeah, man. I know I said in a previous video that I'm tired of seeing Sheamus get all these rematches, but the good thing about it, like you said, is at least they're putting on good matches.
Yeah.
Um, I would like to see something fresh. Um, I'd like to see Priest take on some new challengers. Um, but I hope they don't end his run anytime soon because I agree with you. I think Priest has been a phenomenal U.S. champion. Um, Before Big E won the WWE championship, I'll even go as far as saying I was more interested in the U.S. title picture than I was the WWE championship title picture.
Yeah.
Uh, just because Priest had been putting on great matches with everybody, and I hope they continue to push him because I know that you put him in there with anybody, they're going to have a good match. And Priest has been working his ass off, man. Um,
Oh
he
yeah.
managed, yeah, he managed to get over, even though when he was in that kind of ridiculous matchup at WrestleMania with Bad Bunny and The Miz and Morrison. Um, but he still managed to get himself over, uh, which is a testament to who he is as a person. He's just a phenomenal champ, a phenomenal wrestler, and I just can't wait to see where he goes from here. Uh, I do think that this should be the final matchup between him and Sheamus, though. Uh, Seeing it one more time didn't kill me or anything, but I think it really is time for something different. Give somebody else a shot at him.
Yeah, I agree. Um, the main thing that I've taken away from this run with Priest is that um, I know a lot of times they will put like a mid card title on somebody to see like how they fare as champion before they build them up to the main event scene. I think Priest is somebody that hopefully he doesn't lose anytime soon. I'd like to see his run last just a little bit longer, but whenever he does eventually drop the title, he's somebody that could easily insert himself right into the main event scene, whether it be WWE or Universal Championship. We'll find out more whenever he gets drafted where he's going to go, but he's definitely somebody who would thrive um, in that scene. So yeah, I hopefully his reign continues to be as good as it has been, and maybe one day we'll see him as a WWE or Universal Champion.
Hopefully, man, because at this rate, he's proving that he can be a top champion.
Indeed, indeed. So the future is definitely very very bright for the Archer of Infamy. Interested to see where he goes moving forward. Um, Following this, we had let me see here. There was a bit of a promo backstage. It was between it was Mansoor and Ali, and it was setting up they were gonna have like a six-man tag match, right? And and uh, Mansoor essentially like invited Jeff Hardy to come out there and be the partner for this match. Um, and Ali wasn't very happy about it. He was like, you know what I'd say to Jeff Hardy if he was right here in front of my face? As Jeff Hardy walks into frame. He's like, what would you say? And he was like, I would say I'm very happy to tag with you tonight. Haha. uh, Pulling some like cowardly heel stuff, whatever. Thought that was okay. Um, we get into the match. It was obviously Hardy, Mansoor, and Ali. They were taking on the team of Jinder, Veer, and Shanky. Now, um, the match was pretty quick. Ali ended up taking the pin here. Um, the thing I took away from this was a couple things. Out of everybody that was on the gender team, um, I was actually very impressed with Veer. I think I think eventually if he does like break away from this stable, I think he could be really good as a single star because the reason why he impressed me was that he has a really good move set. He has like a has an intensity about him, and yeah, I just I don't know. As while watching through the match, he definitely was the star of that team to me. Where I know Jinder's usually probably supposed to be in that spot, being a former WWE champion, but I really like Veer. Just his move set, his intensity, the way he carries himself. I think he could have a future if they book him correctly. That was the main thing I took away from this, obviously. And he's the one who ended up pinning Ali, so he got the win for the team. So, maybe there's a bright future in his future. That was a really weird way to say that.
Oh yeah, man. I was honestly shocked. I didn't see Veer and Jinder and Shanky getting the W here. So that was something surprising to me. Um, you're right. Veer did look, and he did. La, 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 la. He did look real. He did look real good in this match, man. I think this is one of the first times that him or Shanky have been really allowed to show what they're capable of in the ring.
Right.
And I honestly, I hope to see more in the future because he's real good, man. He did better than I was expecting. I honestly thought this was going to be a throwaway match. I'm not even going to lie. Like I thought, oh, this might be the match I have to take a piss break at, uh, but it wasn't. It was. I mean, it wasn't Daniel Bryan or Daniel Bryan. I'm getting trouble again. Bryan Danielson and Omega, but it was a decent matchup, man, and
Yeah.
it was good to see Veer or Shanky get get a little bit of the rub on them that Monday. That was pretty good.
Right. Right. I agree. Um, so I'm interested to see where they go moving forward. Um, maybe we can get some better booking for that stable because it could be a good stable. Maybe Veer and Shanky could be like their own tag team, and Jinder could get like a solo run as like a United States or Intercontinental Champion or something one day. But we'll see where it goes. Um, next up, we had a promo from Karrion Cross. Now, in recent weeks, he's been cutting these promos backstage where he's in his suit, and I think those are really good because I think it gives back a little bit of his aura that he had. Obviously, I think if when and if Scarlett comes back and joins him by his side, um, it'll definitely be much better. And a lot of people talk shit about, that we were some of them who talked bad about his outfit and like how it just made him look like whenever he did come up from NXT to the main roster, he definitely, in our opinion, has not been booked the best. Um, but I think in recent weeks he's starting to get some of that back. Um, and these promos where they're very intense and he's more himself. Um, have been really good for him, I think. And the only thing I would want to see moving forward, I think we'll probably get some of that with the draft, is him have like a solid feud, like a Aleister Black Buddy Murphy style feud, where it's just like right there, it's just two guys like trying to make a name for themselves in the business or whatever, and uh, you know they have like some feud over like a month period or something leading up to a pay per view. Because the only real knock I have at this point, because I think he's definitely getting some of his aura back, um, is that he hasn't had that feud. He's just constantly like getting these squash matches, which we did end up getting. He was going against Jackson Riker, who we haven't seen in some time. I think the last time we seen him was whenever he was beating down Elias, which, by the way, Elias was teasing a new gimmick for like some time, and I haven't heard anything about that or anything from him in like a month. So I'm curious as to what's going on with that. But um, yeah, as far as the Cross and Riker match, it was quick. It was essentially a squash. He went over on Riker pretty quick, and that's about the end of it. But yeah, I really like the promo going into it, and he really needs a major feud to kind of like establish himself better on the roster.
Yeah. Uh, shit. I I've been iffy about their booking with Karrion Cross. I will admit it's been better the last few weeks, but I think they could still do better. Because Karrion Cross can do so much, man. Like he's so talented. He's good on the mic. He's great in the ring. Uh, and I think he could easily be a future world champion for WWE if they push him right. Um, as far as the match goes with was it Jackson Riker?
Oh
It
yeah,
it was okay. Nothing to write home about. Um, just another, yeah, a squash match for fucking Cross. I'd like to see him have a little bit longer match. Uh, these squashes are kind of, uh, I mean, they're okay if you're building somebody up, but Cross is pretty well known at this point. I'd like to see what let I'd like to see them let him show what he can really do because he's really talented in the ring. Like maybe have him in a feud for a little while, and when it's time to take the championship off of Damian Priest, let Cross do it. Uh,
yeah,
uh, because he's so good and he deserves that push. He deserves that mid to high level main event position. He's really that good. He got over in NXT easily, and I think if Vince and his creative would give Karrion time of day, he could show them why Triple H had him in that spot.
yeah. I agree. It's about long overdue that he has a solid feud. Like we said, or like you said, he's got himself over in NXT, and essentially like in the same fashion. They had him go over in a couple squash matches. They gave him a really solid feud, which ended with him, winning the NXT Championship off of Keith Lee, and that's whenever Keith Lee went to the main roster. Unfortunately, he got injured and spent some time away, but even after he came back, he had pretty damn good feuds and like some really good promo work with the likes of like Adam Cole and Pete Dunne. Obviously Samoa Joe. So, um, yeah, I think he's already a proven talent, a proven commodity. So why he's still in this spot, I don't know. But hopefully, like with the draft and everything, once he does find out like where his home is, we can get some better feuds. And with an announcement actually that happened later on, we'll talk about later on. You know, maybe he can get himself over in that. I can see him being a major player in that little announcement that they made. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Um, yeah, yeah. Moving on. Um, so we had a segment. It was Adam Pierce, Sonya Deville, and Dewdrop, and um, this was kind of weird to me because I guess Charlotte Flair had like an open challenge or whatever for her title, and Doudrop wanted to be the one to accept it. And Sonya was like, "Yeah, you deserve it," and then like mentioned Naomi. She was like, "Unlike Naomi, who doesn't deserve anything." So I don't know what she's got against her exactly, but um, then she was like, there's something to the effect of like you can get your title match, but you got to do your little dance thing that you do, and then it literally ended with Doudrop just fucking doing her dance where I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, she just danced, and that was the segment. I wasn't really sure how to feel uh, about that exactly. Um, yeah, I don't know. What did you think about that?
I thought it was fucking stupid. Like, what? What is the point of all of that? Like, like you could have done what you do with any other open challenge. Just have Dewdrop come out there and accept the challenge. What was the point of the little dance and the fucking the fucking shots taken at Naomi? Like, what? This ain't even the same show. Naomi's on SmackDown. Shut up. Like, it made little to no sense to me. Like, could have easily just had Dewdrop come out there and accept the challenge, and that would have been just fine. I would have accepted that just fine. But all that fucking weird dance thing, and I I really fucking don't know, man. I thought it was the stupidest shit I've seen.
Yeah, I feel you, man. It was definitely really weird. Um, but you know, it's WWE booking. This this is definitely in their ballpark. I'll say that. Um,
Yeah,
just yeah, it was pretty fucking stupid. Moving on, we had, we had a promo from Bobby Lashley, um, which I thought was weird. He did it. It was a solo promo, which was very intense and it set up the main event. But given everything that just happened with the Hurt Business, I feel like they missed an opportunity here to kind of like reintroduce themselves back together. Like you know what I mean? Like it's kind of explain like the reasoning why the breakup happened and then why they're back together now. So I feel like they kind of missed an opportunity there. But Lashley's promo work has been really good over the last year, so I'm not too mad about it. Um, yeah, that's the only thing I really took away from it. I just felt like they kind of missed a major opportunity with this one.
yeah, and that's an issue. Like we said, the Extreme Rules podcast. They're they're doing a lot of shit lately, and they're not explaining why they're doing it. Like it makes no sense. Like like the shit that happened with Finn Balor and the ropes. Like they don't explain that shit. It just happened.
Hmm.
And here we go with the Hurt Business. The Hurt Business is back together, but they're not going to explain it. They're just back together. Like it's like you've forgotten the art of storytelling. Okay, why are the Hurt Business back together? Why did they break up? Uh, what are the plans for them in the future? Like, nope, they're just back together. Accept it. Like, you can do better than that, Vince. Like, we know you're just throwing ideas together, but you could at least make it look like you put some thought into it and not just some random shit you threw together. Oh,
Right.
guess what? Business is back together. I feel like that hurts them. Like, they're just beginning to be together. Like,
Yeah.
shouldn't maybe Bobby apologize for the shit that went down when they broke up and like maybe something like that. I don't know. Some simple explanation. We don't need some heavy duty stuff, but
Right.
just all of a sudden the Hurt Business is get together. Like it makes me feel like they don't trust Bobby on his own. Like you feel like Bobby needs somebody there with him, which I think is total crap because he's good on the mic, he's good in the ring, he plays his character very well. I don't think he needs somebody to be there with him, but it makes
Yeah,
me feel like Vince and creative feel like Bobby needs somebody with him, which is complete horse crap. Uh, I think you're right. I think they've wasted an opportunity to explain why the Hurt Business is back together, what came about that made them get back together, and yeah, I was kind of down on this segment,
yeah,
but it was a good promo. It was a good promo. I'll give Bobby that.
yeah. Um, yeah, I feel like just what comes easy a lot of times with WWE, just like with explaining things or just like giving, these things happen. We get very little or no explanation, and then they just kind of move on from it, and we just kind of have to just sit there and accept it.
Yep.
It's yeah, it's just not. I don't know. Yeah, we've talked about it extensively before, so I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll get an explanation eventually, uh, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, see, next up on the card we had Matt Riddle versus AJ Styles, which I thought was a really good match. Um, yeah, the main takeaway from this was AJ Styles finally picked up a win. Like he's been on this weird losing streak for a while now. And I know we talked about that I think last week where we were like, AJ needs a win, and he got a good win and a good match over a really good opponent. So um, I thought this was a really good segment, really good back and forth action. Um, and then obviously after AJ picked up the victory here, Omos kind of attacked him after the match. He hit him with that that choke slam. Um, and I thought it was good. Like the main takeaway, like I said, is that AJ finally is back on the board with the W. Um, and so hopefully he can gain some momentum going into the future because I think he's definitely kind of fallen to the wayside a bit over the last couple weeks or months or so. So um, hopefully he gets back some of his momentum and um, yeah, interested to see what he's got going on moving forward. So what did you think about this match?
I thought it was a pretty good match. Um, and I was really, like you said, I was really happy to see AJ get the W because AJ is arguably like we say this about a handful of superstars, but in my opinion, the best wrestlers in the world are Kenny Omega, Daniel Bryanson, or Bryan Danielson, and AJ Styles.
Yeah,
Those, but those are the guys that can put on a good match with anybody. You don't have to worry about them. And it's kind of been sad to see AJ losing. Like they made it seem for a while there, like if he doesn't have Omos, he can't win. You know what I'm saying? So it was
yeah.
really,
It's kind of similar to Bobby in that way.
yeah, and it was really refreshing to see AJ get the W. I hope they on Monday when the second half of the draft happens. I hope Omos gets drafted or AJ gets drafted, but not both of them together because I'm sick of seeing it. I
Right.
I know they put AJ with Omos to give Omos the rub and sit him under the learning tree and all of that, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe with some more training, Omos can be good, but I don't really care for Omos. That's just my personal opinion. Nothing against the dude personally. He's probably a phenomenal dude in person, but as a wrestler, I I don't really care for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think it's 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 hindering AJ Styles in ring capabilities because he's carrying this tag team, and
Yes.
I think he's better as a solo star.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely want to see. AJ get back into singles action. Um,
Hmm.
I think for what it's worth, the tag team with him and Omos has been okay. It's not been the worst thing in the world. It's definitely not the worst thing Raw has ever done, especially not this year. But I think you're right. Like I don't mind Omos, but I think he's still definitely very green. If I'm not mistaken, he got yanked right out of developmental. So like he he's definitely had some moments where he shined, but for the most part at this point, like I feel like my opinion changes on him so much because I see him shine and I'm like, that's exactly what I want to see from Omos, and then some weeks go by and he's just kind of there, and I'm like, yeah, like this. I don't know if this is exactly working. So I think I'd rather see AJ go back to being a single star. Maybe they could build up Omos on his own, or send him back to NXT or back to NXT. I don't think he was ever in NXT. Just send him to NXT, especially with a lot of the talent they got down there now and how they're trying to like build up their show. I think he'd be a good fit over there, and he could sit under the learning tree of Triple H and Shawn Michaels for a little bit, pick up some experience, and maybe in like a year or two's time, he could be what Vince sees him to be. Uh, But yeah, yeah, like you said, AJ Styles is definitely better off in my opinion as a single star. So,
I
uh,
agree.
yeah, definitely would rather see him be in that spot going for world championships. Um, because I mean, the dude's the dude's arguably the best wrestler in the world, and he's definitely fallen to the wayside a bit here over the past
Yeah,
past couple of months. So, um, we'll see what the future holds for them. But moving forward, we had I can't even really call it a promo because she didn't even speak here. But Shayna was walking backstage. She got stopped by uh, the interview. I think it's Sarah Schreiber stopped her to ask her a question about like if she had any regrets about uh, what happened, what she did to Nia Jax. She just kind of looked at her, gave her no answer, and walked off. And that was essentially the whole segment. Um, but we'll touch on Shayna a little bit more later. Um,
hmm,
this led into the Charlotte versus Dewdrop match, which I will say is fresh. This is not a match we've ever seen before, so it's fresh. It's cool to see that. Um, and for the most part, Dewdrop had the upper hand in this match, except the problem was that um, Eva Marie ran distraction. Now, I thought we were finally going to be moving on from this, but I guess not. I felt like we were going to be moving on from this for a couple weeks now, but yeah, this was just not it. So, uh,
no,
it was very cool to see the dynamic between Charlotte and Dewdrop. Dewdrop definitely was getting her moves in. She had the upper hand, just with Eva running distraction and then Flair like getting the upper hand. I think she hit her with natural selection for the win. You know, it's definitely just annoying that they're not moving on from this. I'd rather see them do that. I will say I did like that Charlotte attacked Eva after the match. Is like even though she ran distraction kind of for her in a sense. Uh, it was good to see her because she was like, yeah, don't fuck with my matches. I don't want to see you out here. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, that was pretty much the whole
bad when the
segment.
you know, it's bad when the other female wrestlers don't want to see you out there.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But
Yeah.
nah, I thought this was match was a waste, man. Ah, Dewdrop is so talented. She can really put on a good match if you let her. But they, like you said, they will not let this fucking feud with Eva Marie just die, and it needs to. It should have died the first time Dewdrop beat her. Like that was it. No, they've done the what? Eva Marie versus Dewdrop match twice now, and they're still running interference or she's still running interference with Dewdrop. Like, come on, man, this was dead weeks ago. Let her
Yeah.
dead. Like,
Just
what they say, let sleeping dogs lie.
yeah. Let it bite the fucking dust already.
Yeah,
Like
nobody wants to see it.
yeah, and we've been on the record for a long time now talking about how we just don't enjoy Eva Marie as a talent, and it doesn't do her or Dewdrop or really anybody in this segment any justice just having this drag on for too long. Like it, it it's it should have been over a couple weeks ago whenever Dewdrop finally pinned her. I think she's beat her like pretty much twice now, so it should have been over already. So yeah, just whatever. But I will say, after Flair attacked Eva, she left her laying there in the ring. They went to commercial break. They come back, and we got a promo from Goldberg. Okay, so for what it's worth, the promo was good. He was talking about, what Lashley did to his son and whatnot, and what Goldberg plans to do to Lashley, in retaliation for what because he did put his hands on his son. So, for what it's worth, the promo was good. The problem is, for me, I don't want to see this shit. And I know you feel the same way. You don't want to see this shit either. Like,
No,
like, like, I'll give credit where credit is due. The promo was really good. He was talking about his family. I think he literally said verbatim that he was gonna kill Bobby Lashley, which maybe the cops should get involved. But uh, but no. On a serious note, I just don't want to see this. Like, we got it once already. And I know after SummerSlam we talked about the fear that this is probably something that they would revisit. It seems like that is coming to fruition, but I don't want to see it. It's not something to me that's good. Um, I think it would probably do more to hurt Bobby Lashley than help him. So
yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
I just yeah, for what it's worth, the promo was good, but I don't want to see this shit at all.
Uh, you're right. The promo was good. I wonder. Um, uh, and you're right. You're right when you say that this is just gonna hurt Bobby Lashley because in the deepest parts of your mind that Goldberg's going over. You know he's going over.
Right.
I will be shocked. I will be shocked if Bobby Lashley. They're probably doing this at Crown Jewel or whatever, but you know Goldberg's going over. Especially there's no championship on the line.
Yep.
Yeah, and when you say hurt, hurt in two different ways because Goldberg might literally hurt this man
Yeah.
because he can't fucking wrestle. Like you talk about one of the all time greats. He almost broke the dead man's neck. He's busted himself open. He's so unsafe. I do not see why WWE still works with him. Like I'm people will be like, "Oh, you've never been in a ring, you've never done this, you've never done that, blah 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 blah." Yeah, but I can tell when people's lives are in danger. I can tell the difference between a safe worker and a non-safe worker. Like how many times in recent history has Goldberg come out with blood on his forehead because he fucking hit butted the door too hard, or he hit the ring post when somebody avoided his spear because he's going too hard. Like this man literally ended arguably the greatest wrestler of all time, Bret Hart's career, because he's just that dangerous in the ring.
Yeah.
Like Bret Hart will testify to you to this day how garbage Bill Goldberg is. And I'm sorry, Goldberg seems like he's a real cool dude outside of wrestling. And back in the '90s, early 2000s, he wasn't half bad. He was entertaining to see. But now he doesn't have the strength or none of that shit anymore, and it's hard to watch because all he can come out there and do is spear, spear, spear. And if you weigh a little over 200 pounds, he might be able to get you up for the jackhammer. You weigh any more than that, you're fucking done. He's gonna drop you on your neck.
Yeah.
Like like you said, I do not want to see this. And it's not because Bobby Lashley. I'm tired of seeing Goldberg. I'm tired of seeing Goldberg coming out there hurting himself, hurting other people, putting on shit matches. Like the
Mm.
last decent match he had was against Dolph Ziggler, and that's because Dolph Ziggler can sell like a some bitch. Like outside of that, shit. Every time we walk away from a pay per view in which Goldberg was involved, we're always left with a nasty taste in our mouth when it comes to Goldberg's matches.
Right.
Like, well, let's be honest. When's the last time you walked away from a Goldberg match and was like, "Hey, that was pretty good"?
Yeah, I I can't really give you a solid answer. I mean, maybe one of his matches with Lesnar, but
Yeah,
maybe. But that's like, well, it's been like 5 years since that match,
yeah,
where
and now
it
they've
was like a
all
5 minute match, but it felt like an hour because they were just going crazy for like that time. So I mean, maybe that, but it's like every person he's really gotten into the ring with since then, it's just not done it for me. The Drew McIntyre didn't do it. The fucking obviously the Bobby Lashley match didn't do it. He damn near killed the Undertaker. Fucking you know, Dolph Ziggler really kind of carried the fucking match that he had with him because it was more of Dolph's selling ability than Goldberg's in-ring ability. Um, so yeah, I'd probably say maybe not Bobby Lashley, maybe Brock Lesnar, but that's about the extent of it. Every other time I see him get into the ring or hear his music hit, I'm like, oh fuck, here we go again. Or the infamous line from GTA, ah shit, here we go again. Fucking, that's just how I feel about seeing him in the ring. So I'm not a fan of it anymore. I would rather them move on from Goldberg, you know, let him ride off in the sunset, hang up the boots, stop bringing him back every fucking 3 months to try and get a championship.
yep.
It's just not what I want to see. It's like I'm
And
tired of seeing a lot of these legends come back. Like obviously Brock is different because Brock can still go in the ring.
yes,
Edge is different because he had his career taken away from him and fought to get back, and he can still put on great matches. So when it comes to Goldberg and even like to a sense like with the Undertaker for a while there, like he would come back and like Undertaker's been riddled with injuries. His matches weren't up to the standard of what a fan would expect or even himself. He admitted that in the last ride. So I think they need to stop focusing so much on bringing back legends and let some of these newer talents flourish because every time I see Bill Goldberg come back, it's like, all right, who's gonna get buried now? Let's. I didn't even mention the fucking bullshit with the Fiend. So
oh,
yeah, it that pretty much killed the whole fucking the whole gimmick right there. I mean, they that really killed it because it. Yeah, never mind. I'm not even gonna touch on it. I'm gonna get so angry. So we're just gonna move on. If but yeah, just I don't want to see Goldberg anymore. Um, Following this, we had a promo from Eva. Like we said, she got laying. She got left laying in the ring. And she was essentially talking shit about how, well, if she got the opportunity that Doudrop had, she'd be Raw Women's Champion now. Like, yeah, right. Like, you actually got to know how to do a clothesline in order to like have a chance, or something in the ring, other than running away to actually be a champion. Um, so you actually got to have a move set. She was talking a bunch of shit, and then Shayna Baszler came out, and I was so happy to see this. I can't even deny I was so fucking happy to see this. She attacked Eva. Eva tried to run away. She got her hands on her, and as soon as Shayna got her hands on Eva, the crowd erupted into cheers. I don't know if you heard it, but I sure did. Um, and they were cheering hard for this. Um, and she did the same spot with the arm where she stomped it into the steel steps like she did on Nia onto Eva here, to the point where there was a there was a chant for one more time coming from the crowd.
I know you could see Shayna trying not to smile as these fucking people are like, do it again. Like, damn, you want her
Yeah.
gone that bad?
You're like one more time, and then like whenever the WWE officials like came out to like separate it, the the resounding boos that flowed through the arena were absolutely nuts. Um, and maybe this could be this be like a semi little face turn for Shayna a little bit. Maybe she could just be this fucking brutal motherfucker who just
Just come out.
comes out, just breaks people's arms, and everybody's like, "Fuck yeah!"
Woo!
It's
Fuck.
like some Roman Coliseum bullshit. Um,
Oh,
but
yeah.
yeah,
She can do it again next week.
you
Eva
know,
Marie has another arm.
yeah, exactly. She's got legs too. um, nah, I mean, obviously, we don't want anybody actually getting hurt, but in kayfabe, it's fine. Um,
Yeah.
so. For I think this is going to be the first and only time that you'll ever hear me say that, like a segment with Eva Marie at the forefront actually entertained me because Shayna Baszler walked down there and fucked her right up.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah, the one more time chant was so savage though.
Oh man, I was crying. I was like, they really do not like Eva Marie. Like
Yeah.
anybody that tries to claim it, I'm gonna show them that episode. Like Shayna's supposed to be the heel in this position.
Mhm.
Like she's supposed to be this monster heel, and she's got the crowd cheering her, telling her to hurt this girl some more.
Yeah. One more time.
Damn. I
Oh my
wonder how they
god.
really feel.
Yeah, honestly, this, this is so good. I love this. Um, so yeah, I want to see whose arm Shayna breaks next. Um, all right, but yeah, as much as I could talk about this and how much I love this with you, we got some other stuff to talk touch on, but god damn, was this fucking great. So we had a promo backstage. It was Rhea and Nikki. I thought it was okay. I thought Rhea was like really funny here. Um, where Nikki was like going on talking about the color blue. It's like, what do you think about the color blue? And she was like, yeah, blue is a great color on you. 'Cause she's like the goth like metalhead fucking wears all black with tattoos, piercings all over the place. It's like, what do you think about the color blue? It's like, yeah, it's great on you. I thought that because the reason I think it's funny is because I'm the guy like I wouldn't necessarily say like I'm a goth, but I'm definitely like I dress in all black like in real life. Like I listen to heavy metal music on the regular, so like if somebody were to tell me like, hey, have you tried another color? I probably would have said something similar. So yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. Um, yeah, I really like Rhea Ripley as a character. Um, and if you don't know, she does whenever she does her entrance too. She does the tribute to Mitch Lucker from Suicide Silence. If you know who that is, the stomp. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yep. So that's real dope to see. Um, but yeah, I'm still not sure though. I mean, it's growing on me a little bit, but I'm not sure how to feel about their pairing because I feel like usually whenever these pairings get put together, where it's just like two random like opposite end of the spectrum characters like this, um, usually they have like a massive breakup, and I wonder if they're gonna use that opportunity to have Rhea go heel in the future. So you know, maybe that could happen, but I don't know. What do you think about this pairing so far?
It's okay, man. I think it's definitely nice that the women's division is are getting more solid tag teams. I think they still have a little bit of ways to go. Um, My only beef with them, it's not really beef with them, it's with the company, is Shotzi and Tegan.
Yeah.
Is they've built them for weeks, maybe a month, over a month now. Uh, they've beaten they've beaten them individually, and they've beaten them as a team, or beat the tag team champs, which was Natalia and Tamina at the time. Beat them both uh, three times as a team, and once with, was it Tegan, or
Yeah, it was
was it
Tegan.
Shotzi? Tegan
Yeah.
that beat, and like, I don't know, you're building them up so well, and all of a sudden you go left, and the team that's been together like 2 weeks, you give them the tag team championships. Um, Nothing against Rhea or Nikki; they're both amazing wrestlers. It doesn't make much sense to me when you're building up Tegan and Shotzi to look like they're the next tag team champions. Like, that's the exact direction I thought they were going. So when, I'll give them that, they shocked me when they put the belts on Nikki and Rhea. Like, I either expected Nikki and Rhea to have a fallout, or like somewhere down the line they would eventually click and win the championships,
Right. But
but not as soon as they did.
yeah, I definitely feel like it happened a bit too fast. Uh, like yeah, it definitely was very quick how that all came about. Um, but hopefully, I mean, if it does lead to like some implosion, then and with Tegan and Shotzi like winning the titles off of them, and maybe like an implosion between the two, maybe Rhea goes over as heel, then then I think the move could be justified. But until that happens,
Yeah,
I don't see, I'm not really the biggest fan of of how they booked it. But yeah, they're still, I'm not gonna say that it was completely dog shit yet, because there could be some better storyline elements to come out of this. Um, but yeah, we'll see what happens moving forward. Um, to end the night here, we had our main event, obviously. Bobby Lashley versus Big E for the WWE Championship inside a steel cage. Um, and I thought this was a really good match. Um, so Lashley attacked Big E before the bell even started. Um, he had the upper hand in this for like a solid amount of time. Um, Big E started to gain some momentum again. Then the Hurt Business came down and like tried to get involved, climb the cage, get Big E distracted while Lashley was trying to like walk out the door. Then the New Day got involved. They kind of stopped them. They like thwarted their attack there, and it was like thwarted the momentum that they like swung back in Bobby Lashley's favor. We went to commercial break, and then they were like barred from ringside. They were all gone from ringside, so it was just Big E and Lashley for like the last half of that match, which is good because we didn't need too much interference. I think obviously like with the Hurt Business being back together, it made sense that they would come out. But the match, like especially in the second half of the match, was really good. It was back and forth. Um, Big E hit the big ending from the second rope, which looked awesome, and he pinned Bobby Lashley clean. And I think it was good. I think now, obviously, we're going to be moving in some different directions with Lashley going towards Goldberg, and Big E looks like he has a potential match in the future here with Mr. Drew McIntyre, because he came out to end the night and he had his big ass sword named, I think it's Angela or whatever. He had his sword and he pointed it right at Big E, which I guess is insinuating that he wants that WWE Championship. So I imagine like in the next couple weeks, we'll probably get some more promo work there, and we'll probably get a match between them. I think Biggie will probably end up winning that match, given some moves that happened in the draft. But I would love to see this match, and I think they should book it as quickly as they could.
I agree. Um, there were some things in the draft that makes me question what's going to happen next, but I want to see it. I'm down for it. I think it'll be a hard hitting match. I think Drew and Big E could put on a good match, decent feud. But I think that that would be another. I'd want Big E to go over because that would solidify him even more as a champion.
Right.
And I think if Drew McIntyre giving him the rub would do wonders for him.
Yeah, I agree. Um, Anything to kind of solidify his reign and give him like a solid amount of momentum going into like what's going to be happening after the draft with like new challenges and stuff moving forward. I think Drew is the perfect person you could pair with him at the moment to do that. Um, and yeah, I really want to see this match. I think that's going to be a hell of a match. It's going to be a huge banger of a match. Um, just because I don't think it's something that we've seen too much of. I think they've been in the ring together like on the same side before. I can't remember a time we've ever seen them go at it in the ring like on opposite sides. So it's gonna be fresh. It's gonna be good. They're both at the top of their game right now, and I know we talked about how Drew, like in our top 10 video for the draft, that Drew had kind of like lost a little bit of his momentum. I think this is a good way to get it back for him before we see what happens with him and which brand he goes to. And it's gonna be I think this is a win-win situation for both. So um, yeah, book it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, or book it yesterday. Like it should be done. Um, and I'm interested to see where it goes. Yeah, as far as Raw, I give it like an 8 out of 10. I think there was a couple down points, um, but there was a lot of really cool things that we got. Obviously, the Hurt Business being back together, even though there was a bit of a weird way to do it, is good. I'm happy to see that. Um, you know, lest we forget about the Eva Marie and Shayna Baszler segment. I mean, that was really good. But then, we got a hell of a steel cage main event, and then the implications for what's going to be set up with it moving forward. Um, yeah, man, I really enjoyed Raw, and Raw over the last couple weeks has been really good after being, months of like treading mud, it seemed. It's in a really good spot at the moment, and hopefully, following up with the draft and stuff, and once we see like which direction the rosters are going to go, that they can keep this momentum because I think with having every WWE show aside from Raw being good, they can finally get back on some good footing whenever Raw's a good show. Because whenever Raw's a good show, I think WWE is in a much better place. So yeah, I give it 8 out of 10 this week.
I agree. I also gave it an 8. Aside from a few things like the 24/7 and the weird dewdrop dance thing, I it was a solid show.
Yeah.
Um, I really enjoyed it. Um, and I think uh, I think Raw has definitely been improving the last few weeks, which is another reason we were so upset with Extreme Rules, which we talked about in our other video. Um,
Yeah.
and I think this is another good one out of the bag of Vince McMahon. It was a decent show. I
Yep.
can't complain.
Indeed. Indeedly doodly neighbor. So yeah. Yeah. Like I said, hopefully they can keep that momentum, and we shall see what happens moving forward here. But yeah, moving on. We had NXT. I really enjoyed NXT this week. Um, Started off apparently it was dubbed as Ladies Night, which I didn't know like going into it. So, which is cool. I'm all for that. Started off with Hit Row. They came out, cut a promo. Everybody kind of got a chance to be on the mic, and that's essentially like what they established from the beginning, that it was ladies' night. They were hyping up the women's title matches. We had the NXT Women's Tag Team titles on the line, and we also had the NXT Women's Championship on the line. And I really enjoyed this, and the main thing that I took from this is like even though they were hyping up the matches and whatnot, they were definitely like still very much in character. Top Dollar had a really funny moment where I think he was going to say like something. Someone was like the baddest bitch on the roster, and then they cut him off. And they were like, "Whoa, like be respectful." I was like, he was like, "I was gonna say woman. I was gonna say woman." I thought that was pretty funny. Um, but I really like Hit Row as a stable. They're all incredibly good on the mic. BFAB is really good, obviously. But I think Top Dollar really is like the cream of the crop for whenever it comes to being on the mic. But they're all individually really good. They're not dragging anybody else, dragging the group down at all when it comes to promo work, and they're all really good in the ring also. So. Um, but they started off the night because the opening match was going to be Electra Lopez versus BFAB. And so um, we ended up getting that. Obviously, after the promo, Legato kind of interrupted. Um, Everybody was at ringside for the match at first. Um, there was a really cool moment. I was like, I really like Top Dollar. I don't know why he stands out to me, but I think it was Raul Mendoza who charged Top Dollar with a trash can as the match was going on, and he literally just punched it right out of his hands and just stared at him like he was stupid. I thought that was pretty great. Um, they ended up all brawling on the outside, which led to some ejections. Um, this match was no DQ, also. So, um, because there were some weapons that were introduced into the match, um, it was a very physical back and forth match between the two. Um, I think it was I can't remember who hit the cross. I think it was Electra Lopez hit BFAB with a cross body onto the chair, and it just like collapsed the chair underneath them. There was a spot where this is what led to the finish, where Electra picked up BFAB and kind of like dropped her on her neck onto onto the chair. Um, there was a cool spot where uh, BFAB used the legs of the table um, in order to like kind of target the knee. Um, and yeah. So there were some really cool, innovative spots here. I thought the match was really good. Lopez ended up going over in this one, um, which I don't think hurts BFAB or Hit Row at all, especially with what we'll talk about a little bit later. Um, I think it's I think it was a really good match, and I like to see that they're kind of building up Legato because, Hit Row, let's just say as a little bit of a tease, has probably run their course in NXT. So I think it's good to have Legato being built up here, and I'm not mad about it. I really enjoyed this.
I did too. Um, yeah, I thought it was very entertaining. Um, another another hit out of the park for NXT that shockingly, since Vince has, I don't know if he's completely taken over, but I know he's making more decisions when it comes to NXT. I think that since he started, he's been doing good, and this was a good start to another episode.
Yeah,
Like you
from
said,
what I understand with that, sorry to cut you off, but from what I understand is that
like,
Triple H and Shawn and them like still have like control over like the day-to-day stuff and like some of the booking. But I think a lot of it probably runs through Vince McMahon more now than it did before. I think that's what it is because it doesn't feel like a regular Vince McMahon show. It definitely feels like Triple H and Shawn. I mean, obviously, I think Triple H is still recovering from his surgery and whatnot, but um, I think with Sean down there, I think he's kind of commanding the ship right now. But I think a lot of it more so goes through Vince than it did before, rather than just it being their own thing down there. At least I read that somewhere. So I mean, I'm not sure all the behind the scenes stuff, but yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it's something that Vince would do, especially with how Raw has been over the last few months. Even though it's been good,
Yeah.
but sorry to cut you off, but I just had to get that out there
No, you're
because it
good. You're
because
good.
I did read that somewhere. So I mean, as long as he's not making like the day-to-day decisions, because I think Triple H and Shawn are the perfect people to run NXT. But continue.
Oh, I agree. Like you said, there's a little, uh, uh, it. I think Hit Row's time has come in NXT. Uh, and I think it's good that they are pushing Escobar. And do they even have a name for their group? Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Legato El. You get what I'm saying,
Yep.
but uh, I think it's good that they're getting the push because um, especially Santos Escobar, he's been showing for a while now that he has incredible talent. I think he was a great cruiserweight champion, and I think uh, he'll be a champion very soon. I think he's incredibly talented, and I think the rest of his group is talented too. And I think that they're the future of NXT.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, you're right. I mean, Santos was a really good cruiserweight champion. I think he'll be the one to take the North American title off of Swerve, and that'll definitely be where like him and the group more so comes into their own. I would like to see Legato and MSK kind of revisit their rivalry a bit, and maybe Legato can finally get the tag titles also. We'll see what happens with that, but I really like Legato. Um, they've done really well over the last like what a year or so that they've been together. So um, very interested to see what happens with them moving forward, and yeah, hopefully we get something good with them. But I think we will, like we said, Hit Row's time is it's all but come to an end in NXT. So
Yeah,
uh, we'll talk more about that later. Following this, we had part one of the Index honeymoon. Now, so I know we talked about this before. I'm not exactly sure how to feel, or I wasn't exactly sure how to feel about this pairing for like a long time, but it's kind of grown on me a little bit. It's definitely just a comedy skit, uh, but I think some of some of what they've done here is pretty good. Uh, so part one of the honeymoon, it was just uh, Index was kind of walking down the beach. Dexter was still in his little like just the psychopathic state with the wide eyes and whatnot. Uh, walking down the beach seemed like, I mean, I guess they were having a good time. Um, uh, but the main thing with this is Johnny and Candace were also there, and they were kind of spying on them, making sure everything was going okay. It's just, I guess it's kind of weird that they're spying so much, but um, they were trying to keep them from getting quote unquote a little too friendly, and so what Johnny decided to do was to get them off the beach from being too close or whatever, was that he was gonna disguise himself as a shark, get in the water, swim over by them, and scare them off. And that was essentially the end to part one. Which, I mean, I was kind of like, what the fuck? But it made me laugh. It got a chuckle out of me, so I didn't mind it. But it was definitely kind of out there.
yeah. Uh, I didn't. There was some crazy shit, honestly. Like it's been wild since the wedding. Because we expected some craziness to happen at the wedding, and
Yeah.
it went in a different direction than expected. And I'll give them that, they've kept it entertaining.
Yeah.
I I'm shocked. Because I mean, the last storyline that they did, even resembling this one, was the story with Lana and Rusev and or Miro for those AEW fans, with Bobby, Miro, and Lana, um,
The cuckold
which was
story.
yeah the Cuck story. It's like it was just straight hot garbage,
Oh
and
my
to see
god.
Triple H and Shawn Michaels pull this off and prove that it can be done properly, um, is it's been really entertaining. I like I like seeing the uh the funnier side of Dexter Loomis. Like, even if he is still in his serious face, serious all of that, um, it's entertaining. That's the best I can put it.
Yeah,
It's entertaining.
like for someone who has only said 2 words since being on NXT, literally, um, he is a very funny character. Uh, just like I think my favorite thing that they did was whenever they were doing the paintball shit, or it was or not it wasn't paintball, but they were like in the arcade doing like the team shooters or whatever, and he just kept fucking knocking people out like he was abducting them. He like reached from behind the curtain and chloroformed the guy. I was like, what the fuck? It is very entertaining. I will say, I don't know where they go like after this whole honeymoon thing. Um, but for what it's worth now, it's pretty entertaining, so I'll give them that. Um, yeah, no real complaints on my end. But it's definitely really out there. It's definitely it's like they're constantly going out into left field with everything that they do. Um, but yeah, following this, we had another promo. Oh, not another. Well, it was this kind of a similar promo from last week from Joe Gacy, um, where he's definitely has an interesting character. I'm not exactly sure how to feel about it just yet, but he was out there. He was sitting down in the chair in the middle of the ring, talking about how he's not canceled. The contrary to popular belief, he's still there. Uh, talking his thing. Um, and so I'm not sure what direction he goes, but he's definitely taken on the role of like it's like semi like Twitter activist fucking uh woke culture persona thing, like he's got like all that mixed in the like if 2021 was a character, it'd probably be Joe Gacy. So um uh like I said, it's interesting. I'm not sure if I like it or dislike it yet, but it's interesting so far. So I want to know, what do you think about Joe Gacy's new character?
I it's interesting, man. I don't know what direction they're really going with him. I like one second I feel like they're doing this political thing. The next I get these John Wayne Gacy vibes from him. Like
Yeah, yeah,
he's going to kill me and bury me under his house. Uh, like I don't know, man. It's interesting. Like I want to see what the future holds for him, because I want to see the character fully fleshed out, so we know exactly what he is and what he's trying to do. I just honestly want to see more of him, because right now it's just, what are you?
yeah, yeah. That's pretty much it for me. I definitely want to see him get back in the ring again because what was it last week? He had that match with Cameron Grimes where after he lost, he just hugged him.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, that's weird, but maybe they got something here. So we'll see as time progresses, what happens with this character. But for now, I'm not exactly sure how to feel just yet, but it is very interesting, and I do want to see some more of it. Uh, so yeah, moving on. We had a match with Zion Quinn, and he was going against Oni Lorcan. And I thought this was pretty good. The main thing is that it was very physical and hard hitting. They were kind of beating the shit out of each other, really. But Quinn went over Lorcan here, which I think is it's not the worst decision. I don't think Oni Lorcan is much off as like a singles guy. I think I'd like to see him and Danny Burch, you know, get back into the tag team scene a bit, but um, yeah, for what it's worth, I thought the match was good, and Quinn got another W here, and he looks strong in the ring. Um, so yeah, I thought it was good. What did you think about this segment?
Um, it was good. You know, uh, I'm interested to see where they go with Zion Quinn because uh, I don't know, man. He looked a little rough last week. Uh, but this week I don't know, he kind of shocked me. Um, I felt like only Lorcan was big at one point. I don't know what's going on with him because he's a real good wrestler,
hmm
and I, wasn't he a part of a group at one point?
Uh, yeah, he was in that group with Pete Dunne
Yeah, and they
recently.
like I don't know what they're doing with Oini. That's a weird fucking name.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say it. Uh,
I don't know why they kind of kicked him out. They kicked like
yeah,
yeah, I don't know why they did that. Um, I don't know if they're just kind of like pushing him off to the wayside for this new talent, but I'd like to see more for Oni, but um, yeah, I don't know. I think Zion Quinn's got a good future ahead of him, but I would like to see Lorcan and Danny Burch and stuff get back to like some prominence in the tag team division.
yeah.
Because I think that them two together are really good. I think they're much better together than they are off on their own. So, um, but well, I guess we'll see what happens. But I think Zion definitely needs a bit of a probably not as much as someone like Karrion Cross, but got kind of to the same effect where he just needs like a solid feud and like a longer match to really establish himself. Like he should be in the ring with like one of these newer guys that are up and coming. Like maybe they could pair him against like a Braun Breaker or something in the future, or like Von Wagner or somebody. We'll see what happens, but um, yeah, I thought the segment was good for what it's worth. Um, and Quinn's definitely got some momentum behind him now, so we'll see what happens. Um, but yeah, following this, we had a promo from Grayson Waller, which I thought was pretty good. It was essentially setting up his cruiserweight title match against Roderick Strong later in the night, um, and it was good. I think now that he's kind of like they put him with Drake Maverick for a while, um, and I think I think you know that obviously didn't really go anywhere because Drake got kind of sent up to Raw like literally the next week after they had the one tag match or whatever. Uh, but this new direction that they got him going in, he's actually like getting some TV time and is able to talk and like be himself. I think it's good. He's an interesting character, and I'd like to see where he goes in the future.
I agree. Uh, I I'm having big old brain farts today, man. Uh,
Yeah, me too. I feel like I'm just in it like this like unconscious wave or something. Like my English is bad. I'm fucking I'm fucking up my
yeah,
words.
I don't know what's going on, but no, I agree with you. Uh, and I'm excited to see what the future holds for him. I can't gather my thoughts, so I'll keep it short.
Fair enough. Um, yeah, so yeah, he's a good character. And I think this iteration just where he's off on his own and away from Drake Maverick for now is really good. So there's that. Following this, we had a bit of a wild segment. So we had a promo from MSK come out where they essentially were talking about how much they've really dominated the tag division since debuting in the Dusty Classic, which I mean they have, um, and that they're willing to take on all challengers. And with that being said, with all challengers that they're willing to take on, they were interrupted by a couple different teams here. The Grizzled Young Veterans came out, was talking about how they said something to the effect of they can't solidify themselves as tag champs until they go through them. Um, Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams came out and interrupted. Um, I thought it was interesting to see that Carmelo Hayes still has his contract from winning the breakout tournament. He hasn't used that yet, and I think we're going to see this dynamic kind of play out in an interesting way moving forward because Trick got on the mic. They were talking some shit back and forth, and I he essentially went to go grab his contract and was like, "Let's go cash this in right now." And then Carmelo was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Like brought him back. So I think what we're gonna see from them as a pairing is Trick kind of be the leech off of Carmelo's success. And he's definitely kind of like the devil on his shoulder a little bit. Because since Trick has been in this pairing, Carmelo's acted different, but it definitely seems almost like he's using him. It was very subtle, because the way I mean, how are you just gonna grab somebody else's title opportunity and say let's cash this in right now? Like no sir, no sir, I would not have had that shit at all. Um, yeah, there was some really great back and forth promo work between these teams. I believe it was Nash Carter from MSK. He was like, we can go right now. Put up them meat beaters. Uh,
Mm.
that got a laugh out of me. Um, and then the last team to come out and interrupt was uh, was Josh Briggs and Brooks Jensen, which they're two new guys on the scene. They came out. Um, and interrupted. And there was a lot of really funny lines here. They were talking about how they were in the back about to pop open a couple of cold ones, and then they heard these motherfuckers out here talking a bunch of shit. They had to come get them a piece. Sounded like people from our hometown. Um, then a huge brawl ensued, and that was essentially the whole segment. But it was really wild from start to finish, where there's a lot of new faces in here. I think it's good that MSK can kind of get some fresh competition. I think at this point I consider GYV pretty fresh because I don't think they've faced each other since the breakout tournament, and GYV hasn't really had too much TV time since then also. So I think that could be fresh and good. I'm interested to see the dynamic between Hayes and Williams and how that progresses moving forward because, like I said, it definitely seems like he as in Williams is trying to leech off of Carmelo's success, and then Briggs and Jensen are just two backwoods country boys just trying to make a name for themselves in this business or drinking a couple beers. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens, and I really like MSK also. They've grown on me a lot. I didn't know how to feel about them at first, but they've definitely grown on me, and they definitely have a lot of faith in them from a booking standpoint. So I really enjoy it.
I, I agree. I feel like MSK was kind of thrown into the spotlight, but I'll give them credit where credit is due. They've kind of maintained that position. They have proven that they deserve to be in that position.
Yep.
Um, I think they're a phenomenal tag team and will do great things in the future. Um, I think the segment overall was really good. Though I would have slapped Homeboy trying to steal my contract.
Oh
Like,
yeah, no, that'd have been the death of it right there. I'd
like,
have,
nah, bro, we ain't cool no more. Get out my face.
I'd have kicked him straight back into catering, bro.
Like, go eat you a sandwich, son.
Yeah, go back to developmental, fucking something. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, I definitely I would have slapped the taste out of his mouth. Somebody tried to take my contract like that. It's like this is I earned this, motherfucker. You don't have any say over whatever I do with this. Fuck you.
Mm, exactly.
So, so I'm interested to see what happens. I think they confirmed later on in the night there's going to be like an 8-man tag team match next week. It's going to be uh, Briggs and Jensen with MSK versus GYV, Carmelo Hayes, and Trick Williams. So I'm interested to see how that goes, and maybe we'll have like a team emerge as like the front runner for those tag team titles um, here coming up soon. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I really enjoyed the segment. So uh, next up, we had a promo from Raquel Gonzalez, where she essentially was just setting up the match. That's what I like a lot of most of the promo work is just setting up the match for um, what's going to be happening later on in the night. The main talking point here was that Mandy interrupted from Toxic Attraction, obviously Mandy Rose, and she was eyeing that title and said it would look a lot better on her than it would on Raquel. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But yeah, I thought this was good, and I think it'd be good for Mandy to get like an actual like title opportunity because I know some people don't like her as a wrestler, but I don't think she's half bad. She's definitely a lot better than someone like Eva Marie. So it's and I don't know why people are so mad. Like I've seen some people say it's like, oh, I don't want to see this, and that Toxic Attraction is boring. And it's like I don't think so. I completely disagree with that. I think it'd be good for for both parts, for Raquel and for Mandy, to have this feud. Obviously, with Mandy going back heel, they need more heels to challenge for Raquel's title, and I think Mandy's the perfect person to do it right now.
Ooh, excuse me. I agree. I like what they've been doing with Mandy Rose and the rest of uh, Toxic Attraction. Uh, I, I I was a big fan. Well, I don't know about big, but I was a fan of Mandy Rose when she was uh, on the main roster. And I was always wondering when they were going to do something more with her. And I'm happy to see, even though she's, I don't know if I call it a demotion or not, but now that she's been sent back to NXT, I'm loving seeing her get pushed and getting more TV time and showing what she can do. Um, because honestly, this whole toxic attraction thing has been the most entertaining thing I've seen Mandy Rose do, and since her and Sonya Deville went through their thing, that
Oh yeah, that whole breakup storyline between them. Like,
yeah, that might be the last time she did something that was really entertaining. She was allowed to do something that was really entertaining and enjoyable.
right.
Um, but I'll talk about more about Randy. I'm changing her gender now.
Randy Mose.
Randy Rose, uh, Mandy Rose later because yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, so we'll move on. We did have next up. It was the women's tag team title matches. It was going to be Toxic Attraction being Gigi Dolan and JC Jane versus Io Shirai and Zoe Stark. Um, which I thought this match was really good. So there was a lot of high flying action. Obviously, Io's probably like one of the best high flyers in the business in general. Uh, there was a double crossface spot where I think Io locked in the crossface on both members of Toxic Attraction. Um, So that was really good. The crowd was really into this too. I always like to make a point of this. They were chanting, "This is awesome." Um, it was pretty back and forth for the majority of the match. Um, Another like main takeaway I have from this is that Zoe Stark's finisher is sick, where she does that like that back like she flips them over into a fucking like go to sleep almost. It looks fucking brutal. It looks like it hurts like a motherfucker. Um, but like I said, I thought that was really good. Um, I wasn't sure what direction they were gonna go with this, but it ended up the champs retained, and I thought that was really good. But I think the main takeaway from this is I think Zoe and Io are already pretty established with like just how good they are in the ring. Um, but I was really impressed with Toxic Attraction. I think they've really come into their own as a team. Um, and I think they're definitely starting to find their groove. Um, and I'm really interested to see what happens with them moving forward because I think they're incredibly talented.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I, I really, you know, that I'm a huge fan of EO. I think even I like the frenemy relationship that her and Zoe Stark have. I think this match was really. I expected nothing less, because all of the women in this match are talented. Um, I, I just really enjoyed it, man. I'll give. I think right now is the time for women's wrestling. Like, that's one thing I can say that's better about wrestling now than it was when I was a kid. Is that the women's wrestlers are getting so many more opportunities to show that they can be just as good as the men if allowed to, or or if given the opportunity to. I'm not going to say allowed because that sounds bad, but if given the opportunity to, they can be just as good as the men. And I think matches like this prove it. Um, Io Shirai uh, is more, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, she's more established than the rest of the women in this matchup is,
Yeah.
or the rest of the women in that matchup are or were. Uh, but I think all of them could easily be top stars. They all put on a really good match. Um, I, I really enjoyed it. Um, I I don't know how much longer Io uh, Io and Zoe hold the championship, because nothing against them, but their title reign hasn't been all that super duper amazing. Not saying that is bad or anything, but I think it might be time for new tag team champions, or women's NXT tag team champions.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I'm still of the belief that Io is going to get drafted, which we'll probably find out on Raw. I mean, it did not happen on SmackDown, so I believe it could happen on Raw. We'll see what happens with that, but I definitely believe that she can get drafted. I think Zoe's got a little bit more time in NXT. She could definitely go on her own. Um, and she's proven that already. I mean, she's beaten the likes of Tony Storm before, so um, yeah, I think I'm not sure how much longer their reign will last for, and the whole frenemy thing uh, will probably run its course sooner rather than later, but we'll see. Uh, I think having these new teams definitely and some new talent there. We'll definitely get some more teams come up, um, and yeah, we'll see kind of what happens with those championships moving forward. But yeah, like I said, I was really impressed with Toxic Attraction. I think Gigi Dolan is definitely like the kind of like the star of that group, though. Um, like I know she's already like really established, like down in the Indies and stuff. I think as far as like pure talent goes, I think she's definitely like the star of the group to me, and she definitely had kind of like a badass moment later on in the show, which I'll talk about in just a moment.
Yep.
Um, yeah, following this, we had a couple strings of promos here, two promos. First one was Braun Breaker, which I really enjoyed. He's got a great intensity about him. Obviously, he wants the NXT title, but he was talking about how he wasn't a patient man and that he's not here to make friends. He said something to the fact he was like, I don't give a shit. Like, if you want a friend, go get a dog. And so I thought that was really good, very intense. Um, and I think as far as like the new crop of talent that they've brought into NXT, he's definitely kind of like the star and the front runner so far. They definitely have built him up to be that way, and I can see why they've done it. He's definitely like I wasn't sure uh, how exactly to feel about him getting so much spotlight early on, but now I see it because yeah, they have. I say they. He has pretty much the whole package. Really good promo work, really good in the ring. He's got the look, so I definitely see him being an NXT champion sometime in the near future.
I agree. Um, uh, I wish I'm not the biggest fan of his name, but
Yeah.
other other than that, he's a tremendous talent. In the few weeks that he's been on NXT, he's proven that he can put on good matches and that he's good on the mic, that he can do many things. Um, I wouldn't necessarily say that I would want him to go by the Steiner name since uh, Rick Steiner is his dad, and, Scott Steiner his uncle.
Hmm.
Um, because maybe he wants to break away from that and be his own man, which is completely understandable.
Yeah.
But I don't know, the Braun Breaker nickname or name kind of sounds comic book like to me, like some lesser known comic book character.
Yeah, I agree. It sounds like somebody in the Justice League, for sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
or like or
that
some.
one member you forgot about.
Yeah. um, but I mean, although the MCU is better, he definitely sounds like a Justice Justice League character. But fucking yeah, yeah, I like the guy. Um, I think they've done a good job of building him so far. I don't know if we'd put the title on him just yet, but um, yeah, I think we keep building him up, and make him like this huge powerhouse, and he's probably the guy that'll lead NXT going into the future. So interested to see where that goes. Um, and they went to commercial break, came back. They had Ciampa like phone in through like FaceTime, and he cut a promo and he addressed everything that Braun Breaker had to say. Um, he said that the match between them will probably happen sooner rather than later, but he said whenever they do get in the ring, that uh, that Braun will end up drowning in a sea of inexperience, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's probably a good way to book the match too. Is like Ciampa's the experienced veteran who would do anything to win. Obviously, Breaker's still under the learning tree, so um, I obviously don't put the title on him just yet. But I think have Ciampa go over, show him he's the wily veteran who's been doing this for far too long. He's seen every trick in the book, and yeah, but eventually we'll get that match, and I think it'll be a really good match. So I expect at their next takeover or major like gimmick sort of sort of NXT show, which will probably be Halloween Havoc because I know they did that last year. So we'll probably get that this year, and yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, that's I'm I'm honestly I really want to see the Braun Breaker Ciampa match. I think Chomp working with Ciampa would do Braun Breaker some good. Not saying that he's not already proving that he's a good wrestler, but I think Ciampa's experience will make him that much better. Um,
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I have Braun Breaker take the championship off of Ciampa, or at least just not yet. But I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, man, I agree. And so yeah, we'll see where it goes, and it'll be a really good match whenever it happens. Obviously, what Ciampa said, it'll happen sooner rather than later. So, um, we shall see when that time comes, and I believe they'll probably have more of a build to that in the coming weeks. But um, following this, we had it was Mr. Andre Chase taking on Boa. Uh, I Andre Chase definitely like he's like this stooge professor kind of character, which I think is pretty funny. Um, it's definitely not the worst gimmick I've ever seen, so I don't mind it. Um, but the match itself between him and Bo was pretty good. He was like kind of antagonizing Mei Ying on the outside, and she blew the smoke into his face, which kind of blinded him. He rolled back into the ring. Boa ended up picking up the W, and and that's that. Um, I didn't think it was bad, but I would say I think the whole like Tian Sha group has lost a little bit of its excitement without Xia Li there. Um, but maybe we'll get something positive with them more in the future, and probably do something also to establish Andre Chase as a character moving forward. I know he's got his Chase University segments and shit, so we'll see how all that goes. Um, but yeah. As far as this segment, yeah, I didn't think it was bad.
It was okay. Like you said, I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah,
Uh,
seen a
my,
lot worse this year.
yeah, just this year. I mean, just what, a week ago
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a big example that just recently happened. So
Till I
I'm not
collapse.
I'm not I'm not too terribly mad at it. Um, I thought it was a really good segment. All praise be to Triple H and Shawn Michaels and their creative. They do such a good job with these guys, and making sure they get over and keeping the fans entertained. So that's exactly it. Keep me entertained.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So very interested to see what happens with both parties moving forward. Um, following this, next up on the card, we had part two of the honeymoon, which was probably the best part of the two segments. Um, so Johnny returns to his hotel room to find Candace, and he was like, haha, yeah, it worked. It really scared him off. And she was like, where did they go? And he's like, they went to their hotel room. And she was like, you know what goes on in hotel rooms, right? And he's like, oh. And she like touches her stomach because she's pregnant at the moment. He's like, oh, oh shit, oh god. Fucking. So he runs out the room. He finds he finds one of the room service ladies. Asks to get into their room, starts going through their stuff. He finds like this string of what had to be like 50 condoms. Like he was like, who needs that many? Uh, fucking. He's like, I guess at least they're using protection. Then Indy and Dexter uh, were were on their way back to the room, and he's like, oh shit, I gotta hide. So he runs into the closet. Um, they get back in the room. Indy like plumps on the bed, and she was like, uh, she kind of like started like a pillow fight between them, and then there was just a whole bunch of sexual innuendos. Like I'm not even gonna repeat the words that she said. Y'all just have to go watch it. But there was a bunch. And Johnny was sitting behind this closet, just absolutely disgusted with what he was hearing. They eventually laid down to take a nap, and it was time for Johnny to try to escape. Um, and he goes to leave. Dexter wakes up, looks at him. Johnny kind of gives him a little bit of a thumbs up, and then Dexter from underneath the blankets just pulls out that big ass string of condoms. And that was the end of the segment. I was like, oh my fucking god. Like part of me was like, what the fuck is going on here? But it was just so ridiculous that it got this huge chuckle out of me. So I can't be mad about it. But damn, was it some out in left field kind of shit for sure.
Man, I thought that shit was hilarious. I'm not even gonna lie. Fucking just the way Johnny was reacting as he was hiding in the closet. Oh, he, like he's just so disturbed
He
by
was
what's
cringing
going on.
so hard. Yeah.
Like, and just Dexter's reaction, like he doesn't do nothing when he sees Johnny sneak out of the closet. Just whips out that big old pack of condoms and gives Johnny the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I thought it was a hilarious segment. Like we talked about when this all first started happening, we didn't know how we felt about it because we didn't know how it was gonna go. Because usually these things go pretty badly, right?
Yeah.
But I think NXT creative has done.
Yeah. They've definitely done a really good job with this. It's entertaining, like you said earlier. It's just, at least it's entertaining. So, um, no complaints. Um, and yeah, we'll see what happens with it moving forward. But yeah, it definitely made me laugh my ass off. So, um, moving on. We had, um, it was Grayson Waller versus Roderick Strong for the Cruiserweight Championship. I thought this match was really fucking good. Waller was very impressive out on his own as a single star here. Um, Strong obviously was going to retain. I don't think they're going to have him lose the title after a week, but the action was really good back and forth. But the main takeaway was Waller was very impressive. He came off as like very intense. He definitely seemed like he wanted it, which is good. So yeah, I really enjoyed this segment, and I can't be mad about it. I'm interested to see who kind of steps up to challenge Roderick Strong as cruiserweight champion moving forward.
I agree. I think I think this is the run that Roderick Strong needed because I think he's been talented as an in-ring competitor for the longest. He's what they call him, the Messiah of the Future.
Yep.
Like he's really, really talented. Um, I just think he's been lacking that singles push he deserves. Because when he first joined NXT, you know, they didn't really do anything with it. I mean, he had some great feuds and some great matches, but he never really got that big push. And to see him now getting that push makes me really happy. And like you said, I can't wait to see where he goes next or who his next challenger is. I do know this though. I know that whoever it is, they're going to elevate the cruiserweight championship to a whole nother level.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because Strong is definitely some, like you said, he's the Messiah of the backbreak. He could put on a hell of a match, hell of matches. I think he can get in there with just about anybody and work a good match. Um, and and yeah, so yeah, he definitely. I don't know if it was more him or more Grayson Waller that kind of like was with their action that really impressed me, but both guys look strong here. So I can't complain. Um, moving forward, we had a promo backstage from LA Knight where he's essentially calling out Odyssey Jones, the new guy on the block. Um, this was a bit of a chaotic segment in parts. So, um, so Odyssey came and interrupted. He was like, yeah, like whatever, I accept your challenge, blah blah blah. And then Andre Chase came like across the screen. He was like, this is fucking bullshit. I'm mad. Like he just it happened so out of the blue. He just came across the screen. He's like, "This is bullshit." And he's holding his eyes. Uh, it did. LA Knight took the opportunity, like with the distraction that it caused both of them to attack Odyssey, got the upper hand on him, and then he was like, "We will see you next week." So yeah, I thought this segment as a whole was pretty good, but definitely the standout moment was Chase just out of nowhere coming in. It's like this is fucking bullshit.
Oh man, I, I, what this segment gave me hope for is that they're going to be a little more loose with the PG thing now.
Yeah,
Because the PG thing hasn't worked for a while. John Cena was the face of PG, and during that time it worked. But we've moved beyond John Cena. John Cena's not even the top guy anymore. Like what the people want is they want cursing. They want
Edge.
those unscripted promos. They want that edge. Like they want the hardcore matches, and hopefully eventually they get the blood back in matches. Uh, because I mean, that's what the people like, and apparently, a lot of the wrestlers don't mind doing that. Like, so I don't want to hear the "oh, it's for the wrestler's safety," blah 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 blah. If they know what they're doing and they want to do it, why are you stopping them?
Yeah, true.
Like, like I understand if somebody has like some blood disorder or some shit like HIV or herpes or some shit like that, but or like, but if people have that shit, you shouldn't have them wrestling in the first place because you people easily bust their mouths open all the time in wrestling.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have you seen two dudes in a ring and then all of a sudden one of them opens their mouth and is bloody because they busted their lip or something?
Yeah.
Like, it happens all the time.
Right. Right.
So
Yeah.
like,
So that's the thing that I hope for too is getting that edge back in wrestling. Um, you know, obviously, with the edge, we should definitely stay away from like chair shots to the head and stuff because of
yes,
concussions and CTE. That's definitely for wrestler safety. But if they wanna, I think they've it's been proven over the years, especially like they've done it in AEW a couple of times. There's a way that you could blade and do it safely. I'm not the biggest fan of it necessarily, but I wouldn't mind it if it made sense. I don't want to see everybody get bloody every match or anything like that, but in a match where it's like a hardcore
I
brutal
agree.
brutal rivalry where it would just make so much sense to do. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it every
Yeah.
now and then. Um, and sometimes I mean it just happens. I mean sometimes some people just get busted open, and we'll talk about that in a little bit actually, because somebody had a huge fucking gash in their head at the end of the night. Um, so uh, so yeah, but
I think
definitely I think the blood just adds a different element to the matches for sure. So um,
I agree with you. And even like you said, I don't need to see it every week or every pay per view or anything like that. But especially with pay per views like um, Hell in a Cell and Extreme Rules, like you expect, like when somebody's getting beat like that, you expect them to bleed. Like
right.
you're talking about a steel cage that in real life you run into it, it might cut you. Like
Yeah, exactly.
I in like big rivalry matches like that in Hell in a Cell, like I expect blood. That's just how it is. But I don't need it all the time. I like you said, the biggest thing for me is I need that edge back, man. And this segment gives me that. Like this is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
It's something they've been doing a lot more of the last couple weeks. So
yeah,
yeah, and I think with kind of like a lot with what is so popular about AEW is it reminds people of like the Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression era type of content where it was much more brutal. Whether it comes to like verbally or in ring action. There's I've seen some people get cut open pretty bad over in AEW. I mean, damn that uh, was it that Cody Rhodes and Dustin Rhodes match years ago, or Dustin's in a fucking literal whole crimson mask. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I, I definitely think they they've capitalized on the lack of edge that there has been in wrestling. I think WWE could definitely catch up with that because let's be honest, right? Like back then, like it's hard to build a PG wrestling show whenever there's fighting, right?
Yeah.
And there's so much like that, and and all these things that are happening. It's hard to really build that. And I think if it for PG and for the kids and whatnot, like I mean you see a lot of kids out in AEW shows and they're cursing. I heard Chris Jericho the other the other week calling Dan Lambert a fat-headed dipshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like like if you wanted to protect your kids from it, you probably just wouldn't have them watch it. So yeah, I think there's a way that you can kind of keep elements of the PG era while also bringing back some of that edge. It doesn't have to be all, chair shots to the head and live sex celebrations. It just, a little bit of edge, a little bit of cursing here and there. And I think that would definitely bring a lot more eyes back to WWE, but they would also have to improve their booking decisions. So, I digress. Moving forward, we had a promos from Andre Chin, I believe that's his name, where um, or no, it's not Andre. It's Dante Chen. I apologize. I was thinking of Andre Chase still. Um, but Dante Chen, who last week he had his debut match against Trey Baxter and picked up the W, and he was just kind of like establishing himself as a character and like who he is, and I thought that was pretty good. That was really all it was for. And this led into a promo backstage with Cora Jade and Trey Baxter, who was an actual couple in real life. And the main takeaway from this was that Jade is going to have her debut match on NXT next week, and apparently she's only like 20, so she's got like a long road ahead of her for like her future and her career. And if she's only 20 and already in NXT, I mean that's pretty dope. So I guess we shall see what happens uh, what happens with that moving forward. So I'm interested to see it.
Uh, blah, 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 blah. I am too. I'm, I'm really excited to see the direction NXT is taking a lot of things. Um, I like how they are bringing up so much new talent to prove themselves and give them the opportunity to show what they can do. Um, I just can't wait to see more, man.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, these it's definitely an interesting direction. I wasn't sure how I was gonna feel about it at first, but it's definitely won me over. So I can't really complain. Yeah, I think NXT's set up pretty good for the future. Um, and they've like I said they've won me over with the new direction so far, and hopefully it continues with their success. Next up, we had a new show from a brand new superstar. Her name is Lash Legend. She is debuting a show called Lashing Out, and it kind of reminds me of it's like a gossip show almost, and it reminds me of like that like a Wendy Williams uh kind of kind of like show type thing, but it's obviously a bit different, but it's kind of had like some elements of that mixed in there with it, which I don't mind. I mean, I'm not a Wendy Williams fan or like a fan of like these gossip shows by any means, but I think it'd be good uh for what they got going on in NXT, and I think it fits this character really well. Um, but so what I didn't know is that Lash Legend is a former WNBA player, and I don't know if she was a national champion in college or if she like played in a national championship game, but it was definitely there was like a picture of her like cutting down the nets in basketball. That's usually what they do whenever they win a championship. I'll have to look that up, but I'm pretty sure she's she was a part of a team that was either like playing for championships or won a championship in college. So I thought that was cool. But she was going on. She was talking about. She said Cora Jade needs a real man like Ikemen Jiro, which I guess she's a fan of him. Which, that was just a random interesting thing to say. She called Chase a Pee Wee Herman lookalike, which I thought was pretty cool. So she's definitely like a bit of a savage. Definitely likes to talk a little trash. Yeah, as far as like a debut for a new character, I think this is very interesting. So I'm interested to see where it goes moving forward.
I agree. Uh,
Skip it bob, skip it bob.
I don't know, man. Uh, now I had a brain fart. What was I saying? Uh, NXT real good, yay! Oh, I'm
uh,
dumb.
no man, it's all good. It's all good, man.
What
uh,
were we talking?
huh?
What were we talking about again? I had a big old brain fart.
We were talking about the lashing out segment.
Oh yeah, yeah. Uh,
You
I
over there taking
enjoyed.
bong rips, sir? You pulling a Matt Riddle? Is that what you're doing?
Uh, I did have me a edible earlier. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh,
I had a feeling. I had a feeling. It's all gravy.
I think it was a very interesting segment. Uh, a lot of um, I I don't know much about Lash Legend, but she's very eye catching and she's very interesting. I want to see more of her in the future. Uh, I feel like she was going in on on what's her name?
Oh, Cora.
Yeah, she just wasn't having that shit. Uh, I really enjoyed the segment. I want to see more of Lash Legend. Uh, I I think that's the first time I've heard of somebody from the WNBA coming to wrestling. That's interesting. Um,
Yeah.
uh, I, I'm interested to see how her transition goes from playing basketball to wrestling because we know she's got the athletic background, but will she just be another Eva Marie or what?
Yeah.
I mean, her mic, her mic skills seem better than Eva Marie, so that's a plus.
Oh,
Um,
definitely. Yeah.
uh, yeah, man, I'm just excited to see more of her.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely interested to see kind of where she goes. And if she's gonna have like this segment everywhere where she's kind of just like talking shit about the roster, that's not too bad in my opinion. I could definitely see a future for that. So definitely not mad about it. Um, yeah, so we'll see what happens. And I definitely want to see what it whenever she gets into the ring and kind of how she holds her own. But I think um that'll definitely add a bit more to her character.
Yes,
Because if you can talk, you can talk. But if you're gonna be a wrestler, obviously we got to see you wrestle. So um, definitely interested to see what happens whenever she gets into the ring. Um, and yeah, we shall see what happens with that moving forward. Um, Following this, we had a match between Ridge Holland and Kyle O'Reilly. Um,
yeah,
and I thought that this match was pretty good for what it was worth. you know, it ended in a surprise roll up, which I'm never really a big fan of. But um, we had O'Reilly kind of ambush Ridge and Pete Dunne before the match because Pete Dunne is obviously like attached to the hip of Ridge Holland at the moment. Um, he kind of ran down, just like beat both of them up before the match started, and then obviously they went at it in the ring. I thought the match was physical. Um, I thought that I thought it was pretty good back and forth. There was a Pete Dunne distraction that he was trying to distract O'Reilly, ended up backfiring. O'Reilly got the surprise roll up on Ridge, and he picked up the W. Um, they as in Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland, kind of ambushed him after, and then Von Wagner came down for this save, kind of like following up on the fact that that's what he did a couple weeks ago whenever he got put in Kyle O'Reilly's place in that world title match. So uh, I thought this was good, but I wasn't a fan of the roll up, and I'm not really sure what direction they're going with Pete Dunne and Rich Holland and Kyle O'Reilly and whatnot. For some reason, I'm expecting that Pete Dunne's going to get drafted soon. Um, I know we talked about that in our top 10 video. I'm expecting he's probably going to get the nod to the main roster. Um, so that's probably why the booking for him has been so weird over the last couple weeks. But yeah, for what it's worth, this segment was okay.
Uh, yeah, I didn't mind it. I like how they're still pushing Kyle O'Reilly. Um, the match was physical, like I've come to expect from Kyle O'Reilly matches, because he just likes to beat the shit out of people. Um, and he's pretty good at it.
Yeah, he's definitely
Uh,
really good at it.
and Ridge Holland himself is uh, a, a he's a brawler himself. And I thought the match was good for what it was. Another good TV match um, for NXT. Wasn't the biggest fan of the surprise roll up, but it is what it is. Um, I liked how afterward uh, the heels were run off by O'Reilly and what's his name, Von Wagner.
Yes.
Yeah, they ran Holland and Dunn off. I'm excited to see where this feud goes, because this is clearly not the end.
Yeah,
I'm,
definitely not. So yeah, we'll see what happens with it moving forward, but um, I imagine we'll probably get like a tag team match, and then probably the faces will go over, and they'll probably do something to establish Von Wagner as like a top talent. I mean, his first match in NXT was for the NXT Championship, so I think they definitely have some faith in him. And he
yeah,
was with the booking of the match, he was like a second away from being champion before Ciampa um, ruined that opportunity for him. So yeah, yeah, pretty good. As far as like this new crop of talent, man, you know, it, just about everybody has me intrigued to this point. So yeah, and we'll talk more about that with this next guy, Tony D'Angelo. He cut another promo, Mr. Tony Soprano, really. Um, but I really like his work, his promo work. This character, like I say, he's got like this Tony Soprano, uh, like New Yorker style vibe. He likes to talk about family. He's got a little bit of Dom Toretto in him also, talking about family so much. Um, fucking, um, but yeah, no, I thought this was good, and he's going to be debuting next week, and I'm excited for it. I imagine he'll probably be putting a squash match, and a squash match, and he'll go over pretty easily. But yeah, it's definitely got my interest. So we'll see what happens with it.
yeah. Uh, as long as he doesn't go and start offering people like Mr. Tony Soprano did, we won't have no problems.
Yeah, true.
Just beat him. That's all we need.
Yeah,
No, no
just
shooting him.
pin him and move on. You don't need to.
Yeah.
I don't want to see somebody's head get caved in.
Yeah,
So,
I don't need any. But
if I wanted to see that, I'd go watch The Sopranos, which is actually something I should probably do at some point. Um,
good show, good show.
yeah. Um, it's like I'm
Uh,
usually a huge fan of the HBO shows. So yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
it's a good show. But like, uh, I'm excited to see more of Wagner. Like you said, they obviously feel like he has a bright future, or they wouldn't have put him in the match for the title like they did. I'm, you know, uh, I think he's an extremely talented guy, and I can't wait to see more of him and what he can do. And you know, I think he could be a future champion.
Indeedly doodly neighbor. Um, so yeah, moving on, we have our main event. It was for the NXT Women's Championship. We had Raquel Gonzalez taking on Frankie Monet. Um, I thought the match was pretty good. Um, but that unfortunately, like the match itself wasn't really the major talking point of what happened here. The major talking point is what happened after the match. So I don't think Frankie Monet in any universe was gonna win this match at all. Um, but she had a good showing for the most part. Raquel retained. But the main, like I said, the main talking point is that at the end of the match, talking attraction, toxic attraction, came out. They ambushed Monet and crew, jumped on them, and then they set their focus on uh, on Raquel Gonzalez right there in the ring. Um, even Wade Barrett, it had like a little bit of a Nexus type feel to it. Even Wade Barrett, who was on commentary, acknowledged that. Um, and they surrounded the ring, and there was an ambush on her. But it started off with Raquel set her sights on Gigi first and just cracked her over the head with one of the hardest shots I think I've ever seen. Like one of the hardest title shots I think I've ever seen. Like she cracked her over the head with the championship and like split her open to the point where I think she had to get staples in her head to fix this nasty gash. Like she got clocked real hard, fell down to the outside. Mandy and JC Jane jumped on her. Gigi finally got back in, but she was like dripping in blood, like it was everywhere. So she definitely got clocked really hard. But the fact that she like, if it were me in that situation, I got hit that hard. Like I've already had a couple concussions in life. I probably would have had three in that moment. She fucking mollywopped the shit out of her. Um, yeah, so I thought it was really badass that she was able to get up from that and continue on with the segment. Even though I mean that shit had to hurt. Like I don't know if you've ever got cut on your head before, but there's like it's a huge throbbing pain. So much respect to Gigi for getting back up and getting in there and finishing off the segment. Um, but yeah, they ambushed her. They got the upper hand on her, beat her down, and then the show cut off with Mandy and the rest of Toxic Attraction standing tall, with Mandy holding the NXT Women's Championship over her head. So that's obviously the direction that they're going to go next. I thought this segment was really good. I'm excited to see what Mandy can do in a championship match. Um, and yeah, we'll see what happens with that. So what did you think about this?
I thought the match was okay, but it wasn't so bad. But like you said, I think the big talking point came afterwards with Toxic Attraction attacking uh, Raquel and all of that, and I'm you're definitely right when you say she took a nasty a shot to the head. And I goes, oh
Yeah, it's like you could hear. It's one of those that you could just you heard it and you were like, oh god.
yeah, and I feel like uh, they were definitely checking on her when she got backstage to make sure she didn't have a concussion. Because ouch.
Yeah.
Um, I'm I'm excited to see where they go with Mandy Rose versus Raquel. Because does this mean that somebody? I mean, it's been a while since Raquel won the championship. Does this mean that Mandy's going to take the title off of her? Does this mean that we could be seeing Raquel on Monday Night Raw or Friday Night SmackDown soon? Uh,
Uh,
there's a lot of questions there that get me excited.
yeah, I feel that. I definitely think that's a possibility because she's in the short time that she's been on NXT, she's really done everything. She was her and Dakota Kai were the inaugural women's tag team champions, NXT women's tag team champions, I believe. She's ran through everybody. She's beaten people like Rhea Ripley, Io Shirai. She beat for the title. She's taken on all comers. She's been a really good champion. She's beat Dakota Kai, Ember Moon. Um, Great talent. So I think we could definitely see her be main roster bound and have a successful career up there on Mondays or Fridays, whichever they decide to go with. Um, but yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with Raquel moving forward and with Mandy. I think if someone is going to take the title off of Raquel anytime soon, it would probably either be Mandy or it'd be Kaylee Ray, one of the two. But I haven't
Yeah.
seen Kaylee Ray do much in the last couple weeks, so maybe they'll probably be more inclined to go in a different direction. But yeah, I'm interested to see what happens moving forward, and I'm sure whatever happens, we'll get a really good match out of it anyway. So yeah. Um, as far as NXT, I also gave it an 8 out of 10 this week, same as Raw. Thought it was good. There were some things that I don't want to say that they were downers, but it wasn't necessarily like the strongest booking. Um, there was nothing that really stood out that was overly bad, but it wasn't a perfect show by any means. It wasn't like I think we probably got spoiled this year by seeing a couple 10 out of 10 shows out of AEW, and even WWE had a couple really good showings this year. Um, so maybe my standards a little bit too high, but it's definitely I think a solid 8 out of 10 is sufficeable. I don't even know if that's a word, but it suffices for this week's episode.
I agree. A good 8 out of 10 is, I think, right where this show landed. Um, it got me excited for future stuff. It had good matchups. And it was just an all around solid show.
Indeed, indeed, and very interested to see what happens next week. Uh, yeah, so moving on, we had AEW Dynamite, which was in memory of Mr. John Huber, also known as Brody Lee, to wrestling fans. They were in his hometown of Rochester, New York, so um, obviously, this was kind of like a huge show for them. He tragically passed away last year, um, and so it's definitely obviously cool anytime that they do like a tribute show like this. So definitely no negative things to say about that, but that is like what the intro to the show was. It was essentially like there was like a little bit of a like the in memoriam thing to him. Um, but yeah, so rest in peace, Brody. Um, but as far as like the opening action stuff goes, CM Punk came out. He was going to be on commentary again this week. Um, he was like, hope. I think he touched on. Hopefully, he doesn't get jumped by by Will Hobbs again. Um, but so yeah, he came out to a huge pop. Was going to be on commentary. He was doing his thing. The opening match of the night was Adam Cole versus Jungle Boy, and man, just once again, Adam Cole is fucking over as shit. The fact that they wanted to, which who knows if it's true or not, whatever, but it's definitely in WWE's ballpark to fucking make him like be a manager and like try to change his name and completely change who he is fucking ridiculous. They obviously did not understand the talent that they had on their hands with Adam Cole. Uh, and I think this just goes to prove it. Every week he's getting huge pops. Um, The crowd is resounding when he does the boom, the Adam Cole baby. Um, People love to see him, and he's a heel. He's getting cheered this hard, right? So uh, that just goes to show. Um, but yes, so as far as the match itself goes, it was back and forth action. Each guy got the majority of their moves in. The crowd was really into it. They were chanting, "This is awesome." Um, but the main thing is like towards the end, like the referee was distracted. Uh, Adam Cole hit Jungle Boy with a low blow. Ended up going into the last shot, which I think they're calling the boom now. I think now that he's on AEW, he calls that shining wizard to the back of the head the boom. So uh, it led into that, and Adam Cole got another W, and he's kind of on a roll ever since he's been in AEW so far. But the match itself was awesome. I really enjoyed it. Um, I have no negative words to say about it. I think it was a very very good match.
I am 100% with you. I think this was another great matchup for AEW. Um, I can't say enough good things about Adam Cole or Jungle Boy for that matter. They both are extremely talented. I think they both went out there and put on a hell of a matchup. I wouldn't mind them running it back and seeing it again. I like how Jungle Boy kind of looked strong in the end, with Adam Cole having to use the low blow to set him up for the boom, and to get to secure the victory. Um, yeah, man, it was just a really good matchup, really good storytelling, and like you said, I think that WWE really didn't know what they had. I think Triple H and the NXT creative knew what they had, but I don't think Vince understood or his creative understood what they had in Adam Cole. Like you said, he's so over. The fans, uh, the fans, uh, they they cheer for him. They every time he does, like you said, the boom or he does the Adam Cole baby, the crowd is right there behind him, shouting it at the top of their lungs. Uh, I, I really can't wait to see what the future uh, holds for Adam Cole in AEW.
Indeed, indeed. So yeah. I think he's definitely somebody who is is capable with all the defections from WWE over to AEW. I think he's definitely somebody who will propel themselves to like superstardom. Like he's already a star, but to be a superstar, I think he's definitely like him and like the likes of like Malachi Black and maybe even if we get a little cheeky Bray Wyatt sighting or Wyndham over in AEW, those guys and obviously Daniel Bryan Danielson is already an established superstar, but those guys could definitely propel themselves into superstardom being here in AEW and take that company to the next level. Um, and I can't wait to see it. Um, yeah, following the match, we got a promo from the Elite, where they were essentially just hyping themselves up. It was really good promo promo work. Uh, and sorry, excuse me, I had something stuck in my chest. Um, they're just hyping themselves up. Really good work. Brian interrupted. Um, they're kind of like it's kind of like a face off there. There was a Kenny No Balls chant. And he was essentially like Brian essentially like challenged like anybody in the elite. Um, and yeah, that was essentially the whole segment. But yeah, I really like the elite. I really like the dynamic they have going on with like Brian Danielson and Christian and Jurassic Express, like they're kind of like feud right now. I really like the whole dynamic there. So yeah, just the whole segment as a whole. Anytime I see them all on my TV screen, I'm happy.
I agree. The Elite, I find the Elite very entertaining. Um, they're they're all phenomenal. in ring competitors. They're all good on the mic. I did love the Kenny No Balls chant. I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yep.
Uh, I like the freedom that AEW. I've said this a few times now, and I'll keep singing it in their praise. I love the freedom that AEW gives their talent. Uh, I mean,
It's all we've ever wanted from our wrestling, really, as
yeah,
fans.
and I think it shows. I, it is proven that the show is so much better when you give your talent freedom, and I think that's one of the reasons AEW has been whooping WWE's ass is because WWE doesn't really give their talent freedom. I mean, I know I've read and I've heard Roman say it. Uh, he's pretty much off script now, but that's just Roman. What about everybody else? Why can't everybody else be off script?
Right.
Uh, and uh, I think this segment is just proving that when you let them be themselves, they'll get themselves over if you allow them. Don't try to force them over or make them do it your way. Um, I think it really got me hyped for a rematch between Omega and uh, Danielson,
Hmm.
and it made me excited for later that week when Rampage came.
Indeed, indeed. And I really like what they do with Dynamite and Rampage, and kind of like having storylines like bleed in between the shows. I really like it. Um, yeah. So we had a promo following this. It was the Lucha Bro and Andrade that were a part of this promo, and the Lucha Bros were sitting there with their AEW tag team titles, but they also had the AAA tag team titles with them. And essentially, Andrade was threatening that he might go find a partner and take those AAA tag titles off of them, which I think would be a good match to see. I mean, I really enjoy Andrade. I haven't been the biggest fan of his run in AEW yet. I feel like as far as like the WWE defections over to AEW, he's had like probably the worst run out of everybody. Malachi, like Miro's become an established star. Fucking Malachi Black is definitely up there being being talked about. Even Adam Cole in the short time that he's been there is probably his run's probably been a lot better. So I don't know exactly what they're doing with Andrade so far, but hopefully he gets something solid moving forward. I know he's gonna be in a pretty major match going forward, which I think they announced on Rampage, that casino ladder match. Um, so I'm interested to see kind of what happens there. But yeah, I like this segment, and anytime the Lucha Bros step into the ring too, my eyes are gonna be all over it from now on. So these guys right here are the fucking shit for sure.
I agree.
Indeed, indeed. Um, so following this, we had a little tag team match. It was Dante Martin and Matt Sydal versus Cody Rhodes and Lee Johnson. And I thought this was a really good match. Um, but the main talking point is kind of like what happened like towards the end and after. So it was a high flying action, agile. Like anytime you see Dante Martin and Matt Sydal in the ring, expect them to be all over the place, flipping everywhere. Um, but towards the end of the match, it was like Cody was in control. Um, it didn't seem like he wanted to tag in Lee Johnson, but Lee forced the tag in, and he picked up the W for his team. But it didn't seem like Cody was very happy about that, and it seems like there is some drama there between them because uh, Arn Anderson got on the mic, um, and he was. Well, this was after Cody called out Malachi um, for like what he's done to like the Nightmare family and everything. That's whenever Arn got there, he called out Cody and called him a loser, and was saying that he essentially said that he doesn't want to coach a loser, um, and that at least Lee Johnson listens to him and is willing to be coached by him, and like Arn was going on about like who he is as a person. Like I think he mentioned his Glock. That is like if somebody like if somebody were to like run up on him and rob him, he'd put a Glock in their face. If someone did it to Cody, he'd probably give him the car. So like I thought this was really interesting. It seems like there's definitely there's something about to implode here, and I think Cody might be going heel soon.
I agree. I I actually I kind of want to see Cody go heel. Um, I don't know. He's obviously not getting over as a babyface right now. Uh,
Yeah,
like
he's
and
been
that's
getting booed like crazy.
and Google. Like yeah, uh, he's been getting booed, and I think the thing with Malachi, the storyline, I think storyline wise, that would be the best step, best move to make is turn Cody heel.
Right.
Um, I thought the match was pretty good. Um, that fucking promo by Arn Anderson, fucking fire.
Oh yeah.
Uh, like he just dug into Cody's ass, and I really enjoyed it. I think overall it was a great segment, and I just really hope Cody goes heel soon.
Yeah, I agree. I would really enjoy seeing that. Um, because I've seen like a lot of his heel work that he did like in Ring of Honor and stuff like that was really fucking good. So, and he's a bit of a savage. If you haven't seen a lot of his like indie work like down in Ring of Honor and stuff, definitely check that out because the motherfucker's a savage for sure. Um, so yeah, definitely interested to see kind of what happens with that moving forward. But um, Malachi has definitely done a number on this Nightmare family, man, and yeah, is very interested to see what happens moving forward. So we shall see. Um, but yeah, let's move on here. We had there's a six-man tag match between John Moxley, Eddie Kingston, and Darby Allin. They were going against the team of Bear Country and Anthony Green. And Anthony Green is someone who was in NXT not too long ago. I can't remember what his name was whenever he was down there, but I remember the face. Um, I didn't think the match was bad. It was very quick. It was a bit of a squash, and it kind of felt like a filler match. But yeah, I wasn't mad about it. I really like Moxley, Kingston, and Darby. They got some new faces on the show, so I guess I can't be too mad about it. But I will say it did kind of feel like a filler match.
Yeah, uh, I think you're right. It did feel like it was just something. I wouldn't say thrown together, but it was just I don't know.
Yeah, it
It,
was it was just
yeah,
all filler, no pie. You know what I mean?
yeah. It, it it was okay for what it was. Honestly, I think I took a piss break at this point because it wasn't all that. I mean, it wasn't terrible like some stuff we've seen from other programs, but it wasn't the best. But eh, I can't from complain about it coming from um, a company that 99.9% of the time they're putting on hit after hit after hit after hit. So
Right, exactly. Yeah. Um, but I mean, you know, it's definitely like not the worst thing that happened this week at all. Till I collapse. Um, so it definitely wasn't the worst thing that happened this week, but it definitely felt like filler. I don't know if they just didn't have like another segment they could put in there, or if they just wanted to get Moxley, Kingston, and Darby on screen. But for what it's worth, it was okay, I guess. It's definitely a lot better than some things I've seen on Monday Night Raw this year.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah. Next up, we had a promo from it was Ruby and Britt. They were like doing a side by side thing. Or I don't even know if it's side by side. I think they sometimes do promos where it's like one person talks and then the other person talks afterwards, kind of like in response. But I thought it was good as good promo work. And Ruby still wants that title, and I think I think if anyone's going to be the one to take the title off of Britt in the future, it'll probably be Ruby. It would definitely probably be Ruby because I don't think they have any other baby faces right now that are like established enough to really do that aren't like caught up in other things. Like I think you could probably argue like Thunder Rosa and Ty Conti could definitely like move up into that spot, but they definitely would have like a bit of a ways to go before Ruby, but before they like were like in as an established spot as Ruby. Given that she's already had one title match already, she's kind of establishing herself as a huge star over there. Um, so yeah, I definitely think I definitely think that that'll happen in the near future, but we shall see. What do you think? Do you think that Ruby would be the person to take the title off of Britt, or do you see somebody else taking that spot?
No, I 100% see it being Ruby. Um, even in her short time with being with AEW, she's already over as hell. She's already really, really over, and she's proven that she can go in the ring. Um, her last match with Britt Baker was really good. The other matches she's been having have been really good. Um, I think that she's done a really good job of proving herself, and I think that it may she makes the most sense to take the championship off of Britt Baker.
I agree with that. Yeah, I see it happening. It could definitely be sooner rather than later. Um, yeah, we shall see what happens here. So, um, next up um, we had a match. It was HFO. I think this was it like a 16-man tag team match or something? Like it was a lot of people out here. It was like pretty much everyone in the HFO versus the Dark Order and Orange Cassidy. And they had negative one with them, who is Brody Lee Jr. Um, and there was still some infighting with Dark Order. Um, there was a chant for "Thank you, Brody" in the match. There's a massive brawl to start the match. Like as soon as the bell rang, everybody started going at it. Um, there's in my opinion, it was too many people though. I felt like there was too many people in this match. Like, um, I can understand like getting everybody in the Dark Order out with it being like Brody Lee's kind of tribute show or whatever. But I felt like this match, like having literally a 16-man tag team match, was a bit too much. Um, with that being said, though, there was a spot where uh, where Evil Uno kind of like walked out on them, um, and he was intercepted by Amanda Huber, obviously Brody Lee's wife. She came out, kind of intercepted him, and kind of like turned everything around. Kind of got them back on the same page a bit. Ended up where Dark Order won the match here, and it seemed like just because of like having like negative one and Amanda Huber out there that they kind of got back on the same page a bit. Because obviously it wasn't about them on this night, more so it was about Brody. So I think they just kind of came together in that regard, and it was good to see. I'm still I still don't think the infighting is over yet, but I'm very interested to see what happens moving forward with that. But I do think that that this was a good segment. As even though there was like way too many people out there.
Uh, I agree with you. I think I think my max for me is like the 5-on-5 Survivor Series match.
Hmm.
Um, and that's still a lot of people to me. So this match seemed a, like a bit of a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
There was just like you said too many people. But I did like the storytelling with what you said they call -1.
Yeah. Negative one.
Yes, and his mother like going out there and being like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? This isn't what Brody would want." Blah blah blah. You know, and getting uh the Dark Order back on the same page. Uh, I really enjoyed that. I thought it was a really good segment. Um, I'm happy that the Dark Order came away with the victory here. Uh, I I don't know that HFO aren't really my favorites. I mean, not to say that they're bad or anything. They're just not my personal favorite. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They
I
don't
see.
really do it for me that much either. Sometimes it's good, but I think as far as like Matt Hardy characters go, I think this one leaves a little bit more to be desired.
I agree.
Um, but yeah, so once again, rest in peace to Brody Lee, man. Tragic shit. So next up, uh, moving on, we had like some strings of promos here, uh, and we had a promo from of all people, it was Leo Rush, which I thought he retired.
Man, I think he's retired like 3 times in the last since he's been released from WWE. I
Yeah.
think he's retired like 3 or 4 times. Oh, I've got injuries. Oh, I want to focus on music. Oh, this and all that. But every time you turn around, he's popping back up at some wrestling event. Like, I don't know what he's got going on.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure either. I mean, don't get me, he's a great talent and he's really
Yeah,
good in the ring. I'd love to see him around, but um, I just thought he retired. And like you said, I feel like he's done it like 16 times at this point. So,
yeah.
um, but I guess he's officially like all elite, like signed with the company now. So, that's cool. Um,
I,
but
you know,
hopefully it lasts longer than like 3 4 months.
I agree. And honestly, it's going to be hard for me to get behind him because he's retired like 3 times
Right.
in the last year, 2 years. Like, I kind of moved on from you. I mean, you're a great talent. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if you're going to be here in 2 weeks or 2 months or 3 months or a year because you're constantly flip flopping. You want to be a family man. You want to be a musician. You want to be a wrestler. You want to come on, man. You got to do something. Like I understand having a backup plan in case wrestling doesn't work or you get injured or something, and you still got to make a living.
Right.
But you're retiring and you're leaving and then coming back. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's hard to be a fan when every 2 seconds you're retiring and you want to leave. Like each
Yeah.
time you do that, I lose interest in you personally.
Yeah, and especially since there's other people that are like kind of coming up and filling that spot in a sense, right? I mean, there's so many other people that have debuted and done really well in AEW and in WWE that it's much easier to get behind them. So, um, so yeah, I just I hope whatever he's got going on or whatever he's going through, he's okay now, whatever. But I definitely don't want to like start to get behind him again, and then he just disappear and retire or whatever again. I don't want to see that.
Exactly.
Um, but whenever he gets back in the ring and starts having matches and shit, we shall see what happens. But um, yeah, yeah, I'll just move on. I think it's just a good idea to leave it at that. Next up, we had a promo from FTR, which I thought was really good. They're really good on the mic. And it seems like they're just kind of refocusing themselves, going at being like former AEW tag team champions and whatnot. It seems like they're refocusing and trying to get back to that, like the top of the mountain. So I think that's a good idea, because to be honest, since the Pinnacle kind of formed, they haven't really done a whole lot. I know as Cash Wheeler got that nasty arm injury, um, so they've kind of like lost a bit of momentum. But if they're gonna like start to go back towards the top of the tag team division, if they're trying to focus on that, then then yeah, then I think that's a good idea. I really want to see them do that, because they're one of the best tag teams in the world. Like whenever we talk about like teams like the Usos and the New Day and stuff, they're definitely on that same level. So yeah, I definitely want to see them back at the top of that division.
Uh, I agree. I think they're a great team. I think uh, uh, I think they can do great things. I think they deserve a push. I think that they can do some great things. Honestly, uh, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, indeed.
They just deserve it.
I agree. I agree. Um, Following this, we had a promo from American Top Team where it's kind of like a run-of-the-mill fucking standard promo from them. Lambert was out there talking shit about the fans and whatnot. Um, and Scorpio and Ethan Page were definitely like alongside him with the ridicule. It was a bit scathing promo work. I thought it was pretty good. Um, and um, and yeah, I think uh, I'm not really sure like where they go from here, but it'd be interesting to see, especially since they did pick up a win um, recently. They might have a little bit of momentum behind them. I want to see who kind of steps up and tries to shut Dan Lambert up, because I mean he's definitely his promo work is really good, but he's also like he plays the role of that annoying mouthpiece very well.
He does. Um, I'm a, honestly, I'm a fan of Dan Lambert. I really like his promo work. I don't know if I'd call him Paul Heyman or not, but he's good on the mic, man. He's real good on the mic. I honestly think he's one of uh, the best talkers that AEW has, uh, because he doesn't do. I feel like he doesn't do the run of the mill fucking promo like, oh, your city stinks. Oh, your people are fat. Oh, your women are ugly. Oh,
Yeah,
I think that he like you said, he does those scathing promos like, motherfucker, say it again. I'm gonna come out, I'm gonna jump over this rail and punch you in the mouth.
right.
Like, I think that Lambert gives promos like that. Um, oh, um, I like what's it? America's top team.
Yeah,
I like them, but honestly, my main draw to them is Dan Lambert. I think it's because like we don't see them in the ring much. It's usually them surrounding Dan Lambert cutting some scathing promo. I'd like to see them in the ring more often. That way, like when Dan Lambert's talking his shit, it's justified.
Right.
Like, look how good they are compared to your favorites. La la la. Look at how they're beating your favorites. La la la. I want to see more of them.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely want to see more of them when it comes to like in the ring and stuff. And like to your point, it would definitely uh, justify him and talking so much shit for sure. So yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with that. But we shall see what happens. Uh, so yeah. Um, moving on, we had another promo. It was Hikaru Shida, who we haven't really seen in some time, and Serena Deeb. They cut a promo, and the whole point of this is that next week on the anniversary episode of Dynamite, Shida is going for 50 wins, and she would be the first female in AEW to do so, I do believe. So she's going for 50 wins. That's a pretty huge feat, I'd say.
Yeah. Um, and I like that AEW. Like they give stuff like that recognition
Hmm.
because it makes their stars look better. Like, oh, this one's going for her 50th win.
That's a
Oh,
pretty major
she's doing
fucking
so good.
thing.
You're like, damn. I don't know anybody else in AEW that's got 50 wins.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a whole lot of talent that has 50 Ws, and if she wins this upcoming Wednesday, which I'm assuming she will, she'll be the first woman in AEW to get 50 Ws. So, uh, solid, solid. I'm definitely looking forward to that. And yeah, uh, yeah, we'll see what happens with it. Um, following this, we had a match. Um, this was Tay Conti and Anna Jay versus the Bunny and Penelope Ford. There was a brawl before the match started. I will say I feel like this feud between these four has gone on a bit too long. I think it's time to move on. But for what it's worth, the match itself was really good. I believe they called themselves TJ. They got the W. Um, and they celebrated with -1 in the Dark Order. I probably should have expected them to win this match because obviously with the Brody Lee tribute, I don't imagine. Uh, I couldn't imagine a universe where Dark Order doesn't go over here, but um, yeah, I thought for what it's worth, the match was really good, but it's this feud has gone on a bit too long, so that I think there needs to be a different direction.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They put on good matches and stuff, but I don't see why they're dragging this feud out. Um, I mean, at least we're getting good matches out of it,
Right.
unlike Drop and Eva Marie, like
Yeah.
garbage like that. Uh, I I think uh, I think that it is time to end this feud and let uh, Tay Conti and Anna Jay do better things.
Yes.
Uh, because I think the fire in this feud has it's embers at this point. It's not even really burning anymore. Like it's going out, and I think right now is the perfect time to move on before people just get sick of it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely because it's kind of falling into the realm of Raw rematch. Um, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the rematches on Raw. I definitely don't want to see the same feud go on for way too long in any promotion, really. Um, especially whenever there's not like any further storyline development with it. For the most part, like for example, like Seth and Edge has been going on for some time now, but they each week that goes by, there's a different element of the story that comes into place. Like so, that keeps it entertaining. It keeps it fresh. This, for example, it just seems like you know that one of TJ and one of Bunny and Ford get into the ring together. Something happens. Blah blah blah. There's a brawl. That's it. Um, which I'm not the biggest fan of, obviously. So we definitely, if they're gonna continue it, there definitely needs to be some extra storyline motivations here. But yeah, we shall see what happens moving forward. Um, Following up, we had a promo from Jade Cargill, Nyla Rose, and Thunder Rosa, and each had an opportunity to speak. Each one was quick to the point, and it was just setting up their match on Friday. They were having a triple threat match, um, and I thought for what it was worth, it was pretty good. Um, but next up, we had probably the best promo of the night, because it came from Mr. Maxwell Jacob Friedman, Mr. MJF. Um, and he was putting himself over. He said that he wanted the world title. He said he deserved it. Um, he said something to the effect of how he had Bruce Pritchard on speed dial. And of all people to interrupt him, it was Darby Allin. And Darby essentially called him out, said he was one of the only people, um, since AEW's inception, one of the originals to not win a title. He hasn't won a title, and MJF uh, pretty much went in on Darby after saying that. And something I didn't know, apparently, like Darby got into like a really bad car accident with his uncle, and his uncle ended up dying from it. And MJF said that the wrong man died in that car accident. Um, and Darby didn't seem too phased by it. He was like, "You're not gonna break me mentally." And MJF was like, "Oh, I can't break you mentally. I can't break you mentally." Okay, and then walked out. So I imagine next week we're gonna get another scathing promo by MGF, and he's gonna cut that onto Darby, and we shall see what direction that goes. But I thought this was really good. I like MJF on the mic. He is he's a really good talker, probably the best talker that they have in AEW, and he cut some fucking intense, scathing promos, and he's definitely a bit of a savage. So not everybody would have the balls to say the wrong man died in someone's car accident that's obviously had a major impact on their life. Um, so yeah, I thought this was a good segment, and I'm interested to see the feud between these two.
I agree. I've said this before, and I think you can attest to this. I think MJF is the best heel in the business.
Oh, by
Um,
far, yes.
uh, I just think his in ring work combined with his work is just it's unmatched by anybody else in the business. And I know some people might say, but Roman Reigns is a good heel, and he's good at what he's doing. But I don't think he's better than MJF, because I don't think Roman will cross some lines like he showed with his promos with John Cena, like the Nikki Bella comment stuff. But I don't think he'll do the stuff that MJF will do, like the shit with Brian Pillman Jr. acting like his father was in hell and calling his what is his mom a drug addict and all that shit. Or even this, like you said, the stuff he said to Darby here about his uncle. Like I don't think Roman would cross that line, and I think that's what gives uh, MJF that edge. Is that he's willing to cross that line. He's willing to put in the work to be the best heel there is, and I can't argue with the man about not having a championship. I think he deserves one. I don't
I,
know if they'll throw the world title on him so fast, but I can definitely see the TNT championship in his future. Um, and honestly, I think I don't know, man. I think he would make an amazing TNT champion, and later on a great AEW champion.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I definitely think he's somebody who would take a title and elevate it um, to a new level because of his heel work and because of his promo work, and he could definitely put on some convincing feuds. So yeah, I definitely think that in the near future we'll probably see MJF gain some gold. Um, Not sure what title that will be, but I'm interested to see what happens for sure.
I agree.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So following up here, we're leading into our main event of the night. We had a promo from Sammy Guevara and Miro. It was pretty good shit. Just set up the match. It was, the main event was coming up next, and they put on a hell of a match, man. Um, I thought, yeah, like I said, I thought this was really good. It was a good back and forth. Sammy, out of everybody that stepped into the ring with Miro so far, has done the best job of standing their own. Um, and it goes to show with the result. Um, there's a cool spot where Miro caught Sammy out of the shooting star press. Um, he caught him and then suplexed him, I believe. There's a couple holy shit chants there. Um, Fuego came in and ran distraction and kind of helped Sammy get the upper hand back because he was getting his ass kicked for a little bit. So Fuego ran the distraction, got some momentum back in Sammy's favor. Sammy hit him with a tornado DDT. He hit him with God, what is it that he picked him up in like a reverse fireman's carry and hit him with like a GTS almost, and then hit him with a 630 senton. And it came down to Sammy getting the 1, 2, 3. He is our new TNT champion, and I'm not mad with this at all, man. I think it's time. I think it was time that Miro dropped the title. It was obvious to me and a lot of people that his run as champion was coming to an end. Um, and I think his run, and his as in Miro, his run as TNT champion really showed that he can be one of the top guys in AEW, and I expect to see him in the world title picture soon, sooner rather than later. But I'm happy for Sammy. I think he's gonna do really well with the TNT Championship, and I think it only makes sense too that on the Brody Lee Tribute Show we get a brand new TNT Champion. So I really like the nod there, um, and yeah, I thought this was a really good match.
I agree. Uh, Honestly, in my opinion, next to MJF, I would put Miro as a top heel in the business. Um, he his redeemer persona is just so good. His in ring work and his work on the mic have been just so good. You know,
Yeah,
I I don't think there's any denying that Miro is definitely a future AEW World Champion. Um, I'm really happy for Sammy because he's been busting his ass since day one with AEW, and I think it's well deserved this title victory. Uh, I hope he gets to show off more of his talent with this championship and gets the opportunity to put banger matches on with other incredible talent.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Sammy is the right choice in my opinion for taking this title off of Miro. Miro is going to catapult himself into the main event scene, into the main title scene for sure. Um, and yeah, so I think it was a very good way to do it. I think both guys are going to come out of this match looking incredible, and I'm interested to see the future for Miro specifically. Obviously Sammy as well, but I think Miro definitely has a future as um, as AEW World's Champion, probably sooner rather than later. It's I definitely see it happening within like a year or so's time. We could probably see that belt on his shoulders. So yeah, I enjoyed Dynamite this week for sure. I gave it an 8 out of 10 also, which seems to be the trend. I gave it an 8 out of 10. There were some things that I wasn't too thrilled about, um, but it's for the most part, AEW doesn't miss, and they haven't put on a show yet that I've looked at and gone, what the fuck, like what the fuck was this bullshit? Um, I really enjoyed this. Looking forward to next week with it being their anniversary show, and yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
I agree. I'm just loving some AEW right now, man, and I'm excited for whatever they got next.
Indeed, indeed. Um, so yeah, moving on. We had Friday Night Smackdown. It was day one of the draft. And we got a little bit of information about the draft here. So the draft rosters will take effect in 3 weeks' time. So they're doing the draft now in 3 weeks' time, which is I believe is going to come like right after Crown Jewel is whenever the rosters will take effect. And I think they're doing that because tying up loose ends with storylines. Obviously, there's probably some titles that need to be shifted. We'll talk about that. Um, so there's that's going to be going on, and then half of the roster was eligible for that for Friday's draft, and then the other half is going to be eligible on Monday. So that being said, we had the first round of the draft, and I don't think there was any doubt in anybody's mind who was going to go number one overall. It was Roman Reigns to SmackDown. The obvious choice, right? Like he's been the top guy in the business for the last year. Uh, I don't think there was any universe where he doesn't go number one overall. So uh, obviously the right choice. Number two was the WWE champion Big E going to Raw. Once again, good move. Obviously you're gonna probably do the two world champions first and second. That only makes sense. Number three was Charlotte Flair to SmackDown, who is the Raw Women's Champion currently. So as of today, as we're filming this on Saturday, um, SmackDown, the Blue Brand, has both the SmackDown and Raw Women's Champions. So interested to see kind of what happens with that. We'll probably see somebody take the title off of Charlotte. Maybe she concedes it. Maybe she keeps it. Who knows what happens? Um, but very interested to see what happens there. And then the last pick of round one was Bianca Belair to Raw, um, which I like. I think as far as round one, I think they picked the people who had kind of like the most momentum right now, at least as far as like who they decided was going to be eligible. Um, but yeah, so I'm not mad with any of these selections really. The most interesting one I think is obviously Charlotte to SmackDown because she is currently Raw Women's Champion. Um, so yeah, what did you think about this first round of the draft?
Uh, I'm really I, I enjoyed it. I pretty much knew that Roman wasn't leaving SmackDown. Uh, Roman's the hottest thing, arguably, that WWE has right now. And I didn't see Fox allowing the WWE to take him off of their programming to put him on another network's programming, uh, which I'm fine with. Uh, I feel like SmackDown gets the better creative anyway. Um,
Yeah, definitely that
uh,
part.
yeah. Um, Obviously, with Big E winning the WWE Championship, I figured he'd go to Raw. Um, so those two were kind of predictable to me, but I I didn't see them uh, getting rid of Charlotte. I didn't see Charlotte coming to SmackDown. That was kind of a shocker to me. Uh, Bianca, well, I think Bianca needed the switch up, honestly, because during her reign as SmackDown Women's Champion, she went through almost everybody. Um, she needed, and I think she needed a place where she could have fresh feuds, and I think Raw is the perfect place for her. On that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree. There's like the main shocker from round one was Charlotte. Bianca to Raw is definitely an interesting move too, but you're right on that point that she could definitely have better, much more fresh feuds over there, and we'll get um, more of this kind of like we'll see what happens with the draft on Monday. Um, but yeah, so I thought the round one was good. Definitely a couple surprises, and yeah, so that's what the draft is all about. I will say though, I don't know if I like the two-night format of the draft. I think I would rather see them kind of do like the draft as like a standalone like special show each year, where it's kind of like similar to the NFL draft. They have like a panel of people who talk about all the picks. You know, they have somebody who comes out, makes the selection. There's like a timer. You know what I mean? Have it be like like a special event type thing. I think would be interesting to see in the future. You could have people like Booker T and Pat McAfee and like a bunch of the other uh, like main voices for WWE be there and talk about it. I think I'd rather see something like that in the future, because the two night thing is just kind of weird to me. But
Yeah,
but yeah, so that's probably like my only gripe with the draft. But it's always fresh. It's always something to shake things up. So yeah, interested to see what happens on Monday, and we'll talk later about the other rounds in the show. Um, Following the first round selections, we had a Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman promo. Um, you know, they came out. You know, Roman wanted Baltimore to acknowledge him, which of course they do, right? I mean, so so yeah, Roman wants him to acknowledge him. Uh, and there was a couple funny lines from Paul here. He called the people of Baltimore Baltimoreans. Uh, you know, very nice play on words here. He called Roman Reigns the suplexorcist in regards to the fact that Brock will not be sending Roman to Suplex City. At least that's what he believes. And speaking of Brock, he actually interrupted. He showed his face on Smackdown this week. There was a chant for Suplex City, which, is very interesting. The crowd seemed to be into it. Um, there was a brawl that ensued because of this, and Lesnar essentially just laid waste to the whole bloodline here. And I'm not mad about it. I think this is a good segment. It's setting up their match at Crown Jewel. And yeah, I thought this segment was pretty interesting. So what were your opinions on it?
uh, I'm, I really I really enjoyed the segment, man. I I love everything Reigns that has been everything Reigns has been doing over the last year. Everything he's touched has turned to gold, and having having counsel like Paul Heyman in your corner, it doesn't hurt either. Like I said, I don't think there's anybody on the mic like Paul Heyman, maybe except CM Punk when CM Punk gets going. Uh, but that's neither here nor there. Uh, uh, Heyman, like you said, had a great play on words like Baltimoreans and suplexorcist. Uh, and I like seeing Brock, man. It's been long enough that we went without Brock that it's actually cool to see Brock again.
Yeah.
Uh, and seeing him just them establishing Brock as the biggest threat that Reigns has ever faced, I think I think they're doing a great job with that. Like I like seeing him take all three members of the bloodline to Suplex City, and the two F5s to Jimmy and Jay, like sending a warning shot to Roman, like, yeah, boy, this is coming for you. Like, like I really enjoyed the segment, man. I've is like I said, it's been long enough that we haven't seen Brock that I'm actually genuinely excited. Genuinely, not generally, genu- genuinely excited when I see Brock.
Yeah, I agree. It's I think the last time we saw him up until he returned was when he faced Drew McIntyre at uh at WrestleMania. So it definitely has been some time since we've seen him. It's good to have him back, and I think yeah, you're right. It's fresh seeing him around now, and he's definitely in a bit of a different character because he seems to be playing the babyface at the moment. So yeah, I think it's very interesting, and we've seen him a lot more often. Usually, he doesn't show up every week, obviously, but we've seen him a lot more often than what we're typically used to whenever Brock is around. So yeah, I thought this was good. Um, and we'll talk more about Roman and Brock and stuff a little bit later.
Yeah,
Um, Following this, we had a promo from Charlotte, who was obviously, she was just kind of hyping herself up that she was the first overall pick in the women's division. She was like, yeah, obviously, who wouldn't do it? Fox knows what they're doing, blah blah blah, and it was a good promo for what it's worth. Um, that's pretty much all it was for. She was just kind of hyping up how she was first overall in the women's division. Next up, we had a match between Happy Corbin and Kevin Owens. And Corbin has introduced us to his, I guess, associate or whatever, who, formerly known as Riddick Moss, now goes by the name Madcap Moss, which I'm not exactly sure why, but sure. Um, so I thought the match was pretty good for what it's worth. Um, what I will say about it though, and this concerns me a bit, is that we know we've talked about Kevin Owens' contract situation, and it seems like Corbin is just continuously going over on KO right now, and that's a little bit worrisome because it has almost the vibe of like whenever John Moxley was Dean Ambrose in WWE, and he was at the end of his contract, and he just kept losing over and over again. Um, so I'm fearing that's the case for KO, but if it ends up with him going to AEW, it's probably going to be better for him anyway. Um, but yeah, so Corbin ended up winning this match. It was pretty good for what it's worth. He hit a End of Days on the outside, which Michael Cole on commentary dubbed as Happy Days now, which I thought was kind of funny. So he hit him with it once on the outside, rolled him back into the ring, hit him with it again, um, and uh, and yeah, so um, he went over on KO here, and I guess the main takeaway from it is not even like anything with the match itself. It's just the fact that KO has not been booked well in some time, and Corbin
yeah.
seems to getting a push. Um, so I'm not really sure how to feel. I'm really worried about KO and his status with WWE. So I guess we'll see what happens with that.
Kevin's theme is hashtag all elite.
Yep. Yep.
If they keep pushing him like this, why would he want to resign? Like you're you're fucking basically jobbing him out to Baron fucking Corbin. Of all the people that you could have Kevin Owens put over, Baron Corbin.
Yeah.
Come on now. You're talking about a former Universal Champion. Like Kevin deserves so much more than what WWE has given him. And honestly, this may make some people mad, but I hope he goes to AEW because since he's he's left the Universal title picture, they've done nothing with him. Boring feud after boring feud after, like, excluding his feud that he had with Seth Rollins, what, last year. But, like, what has he been doing since then? Like,
Not much. He had a decent program with Roman Reigns, but that's about it.
yeah,
And
that's about it. Other than that, they haven't put him in the mid card scene. He's not in the main event. He's kind of just floating around.
hmm
Like, I honestly hope he goes to AEW because I know AEW will utilize him better than what WWE has been.
yeah, I agree. Like you said, hashtag or Kevin Steen is hashtag All Elite. So we will we'll probably see that in the near future. Yeah, for sure. Um, moving on, we had a very interesting announcement. Is starting next week on next Friday's episode of Smackdown, we will be getting um, the King of the Ring tournament as well as the inaugural Queen's Crown tournament. So it's essentially Queen of the Ring. Um, but I'm excited for this. Tournaments are always a good thing, in my opinion.
Yes.
I think it's very fresh, and I'm interested to see um, who is announced to be in the tournament. Um, I think there's definitely I don't know who I want to see win the King of the Ring tournament, but I know who I want to see win the Queen's Crown, and that's Liv Morgan. Um, I don't think anybody that's already like an established star should be in the Queen's Crown tournament or King of the Ring for that matter. I think Charlotte, Becky, Bianca, Sasha, and them should stay out of the Queen's Crown tournament. I think
Uh-huh.
it should you should have people more like Liv Morgan, Tony Storms, Lena Vega, uh, talent like that. Shayna Baszler being there. I think they should have talent like that in the tournament, and hopefully somebody like they get like a title shot for winning the tournament or something. Like I think I'd like to see it. They definitely have a good chance here to build up some new stars. So very interested to see what they do with this. I don't know. So what do you think about this, man?
Hold on. Lost my notes. Lost my notes. Get dumb fool. Uh, honestly, I'm more excited for the Queen's Crown because I think there's a lot of the women in the women's division, both Raw and SmackDown, that could benefit from this tournament.
Agreed.
Uh, I think that they could put some fresh faces out there, start setting up fresh matchups. I agree with you. I don't think uh, uh, Sasha or Becky or Charlotte should be in that match whatsoever. Um, I do think some of those young fresh faces that don't get all the opportunities, like all the championship opportunities and the big event opportunities, I think that they should. Those are the people they should focus on with this opportunity. They should be trying to build up new women wrestlers. Maybe some of them not so new, but new to the main event. That is, um, and the King of the Ring. I don't know how I feel about that because I kind of like what Shinsuke and Boogs has going on right now, and I don't know. Does that change once they have King of the Ring tournament? Do you just have Shinsuke win the tournament again? What do you do there? Because he's only been doing this King persona for a little while now. Uh, I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I hope they do the same with the King of the Ring tournament. As I said, I hope they do with the Queen's Crown tournament. I hope there's a bunch of fresh faces. somebody that could really use the boost of something like King of the Ring. Uh, I really, I really don't want people like Biggie or Roman or Drew McIntyre in there. I want the guys that don't get as much time on TV to have that spot. Uh, I wouldn't mind seeing, say, somebody like Karrion Cross or Keith Lee winning the King of the Ring tournament.
Oh
Um,
yeah, absolutely.
I think people like that would benefit tremendously from the King of the Ring tournament. Who knows? This probably just wishful thinking, but who knows? I know at one point in his career, uh, Ricochet had a King gimmick. Maybe they maybe they give Ricochet the rub, and he can bring back his King gimmick from his indie days. Uh, who knows? I think both tournaments could be really good. Just depends on how WWE books them. Because I just really don't want to see Charlotte walking around talking about I am the queen. Blah 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 blah. Nobody
Yeah.
cares.
Yeah.
Nobody. I don't want to see her as champion and also as the winner of the Queen's Crown tournament. They should have just called it Queen of the Ring. It would have been so much simpler.
Yeah, definitely.
But WWE doesn't like to do things that are simple. They like to do stupid stuff like exploding ropes. Uh,
True.
I,
True.
I think that I think that both of these tournaments can be really good, and I hope they're really good. Uh, WWE has been doing real good lately, excluding Extreme Rules. Um, I think if they should keep this upward trajectory that they have and pull the trigger on some uh, on some stars that really haven't had the opportunity, like Ricochet and Liv Morgan and stuff, guys and gals like that.
Agreed, absolutely. 100%. Usually whenever they put on a tournament, it doesn't miss. There's some really good, intriguing matchups because I mean, there's a lot at stake. I mean, winning King of the Ring is a huge deal. It's done a lot for a lot of people's careers over the years. Um, so yeah, and with it being like an inaugural tournament for 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 the Queen's Crown or Queen of the Ring, whatever you want to call it, it's I think that's gonna whoever wins that is gonna get a major boost in star power. Crossing my fingers for Liv Morgan on that one. But moving on here, we had round two of the draft, and we had a couple more surprises here. So Drew McIntyre goes to SmackDown. I think we talked about how I think this would be good for him in our top 10 video. Um, it'd be fresh. He can get over there. I definitely foresee in the near future a feud with him and Roman Reigns for that Universal title. Um, that's definitely going to happen. It definitely would be really good. RK Bro stays on Raw. They unfortunately split up the New Day again with Kofi and Xavier going back over to SmackDown. But I think the positive thing we can get from this is we could get a new, fresh version of the Usos and New Day feud. I think that'll be really good, especially with the new characters with the Bloodline and um, how how well that they've been doing for so long, and the New Day's been is probably the greatest tag team of all time. So they yeah they could put on a really good feud. So I don't mind it being them being over on SmackDown, but I'd just rather see all of the New Day together. And then we got Edge get drafted to Monday Night Raw, which is also it was a bit of a surprise to me also because I don't know. I guess I just in my mind I didn't see it happening that he would go to Raw, but I'm not mad about it. I think there's a lot of good things that could come from that, and very interested to see what happens with it moving forward. So yeah, what were your opinions on the round two selections here?
Oh wait. My mic cut off. I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Uh, no, I was saying, I was shocked to see Edge go to Raw, especially what seems like in the middle of this feud with Seth Rollins. Who knows? Maybe Seth Rollins gets drafted on Monday, but as of now, I don't know where that feud goes or how that's going to work with Seth on SmackDown and Edge on Raw, but that's okay. Um, I was excited to see Drew McIntyre go over to SmackDown. Um, I I'm legitimately excited to see a a feud between McIntyre and Reigns. Who knows? I don't know if they'll do it, but maybe McIntyre's the one they decide takes the title off of Reigns. Try to get that momentum back under McIntyre. Um, I'm with you on the splitting the New Day again. Like I feel like we just got them back, and now you are splitting them up again. I don't really like that. Um, but it is what it is. As for RK Bro, yeah, I don't see where they would have fit in on SmackDown anyway. I think Raw is the perfect spot for them. Um, yeah, I I wasn't I was pleasantly surprised by the second uh, round of draft picks. I thought they were all good picks.
I agree completely. Yeah. And like we said before, I mean, it's a good way to shake things up. So, um, not too horribly disappointed here. And yeah, we'll definitely see what happens um, as the draft goes along, and we'll probably be over here fantasy booking some feuds for sure. But um, let's see, following up from the second round, we had a promo from Drew, where he was talking about how he was proud of his time on Raw. Obviously, he became a two-time WWE champion over there. He had a really successful run over there. Um, did a lot of great things. He talked about how his career essentially started on SmackDown. Um, talked about how he still has the chip on his shoulder from getting fired and whatnot, and thanks and being back on SmackDown definitely kind of like relit that fire in him, and he set his sights on the Universal title. He said it himself. He pointed his sword at the camera, which the poor camera guy was probably scared for his life. But he's setting his sights on the Universal title, and and yeah, I thought this was good, and it's good to see Drew on SmackDown. Can't wait to see what the future holds for him over there, and we shall see what happens. Now, this was probably my favorite segment of the night. So, um, Edge comes out to cut a promo, and obviously Seth Rollins had called him out last week, and is said to be there. Kept challenging him to a match, and Edge cut a really good promo. Said that he understands kind of like why Seth is challenging him because he knows he's not 100%. But he also knows Edge is not a man to sit back and ignore that challenge. So he's out there and he's calling him out. And Seth um, interrupted, but he did it on the Titantron, and he essentially called Edge a liar. He didn't believe he was actually going to show up to SmackDown, so instead of Seth going to SmackDown this week, he decided he was just going to go to Edge's house. And he broke in, essentially. Well, I say broke in, the front door was unlocked, but you get the point. It was still a breaking and entering. Um, he he walked in, stole an apple and some OJ out of his fridge, kicked his feet up on the table. He was talking shit about his daughter's drawings. He was like, "This is shit is awful. Wow. Your daughters definitely don't have a future in art." Um, and he went into like his office areas, like wallowing around on his chair there, and yeah, so Seth decided he was going to show up at Edge's house, and Edge saw this. He took off running backstage. He was on the phone with what we can assume to be Beth Phoenix, um, on the phone with her, um, telling her to go to her brothers and stuff with the kids and everything. He said he was going to call a couple of his friends to help, and he was just seething backstage because obviously, like you know, he just invaded his house. Imagine if his family was there, just a psychopath on the loose in his house. So, I thought this segment was really good. Seth has really come into his own with this character. I think this feud with Edge has really done wonders in that regard, and I can't wait to see uh, the, the the trilogy between them, the final match. I'm assuming we'll get 3 matches out of them, and that'll probably be it for a while. So it just hyped me up to see it even more. And to our point, or to the, like we were saying earlier, um, whenever it comes to like repetitive feuds and like people who are in a long going feud, things each week that add a different element to the story, are really good and things that we want to see. And this definitely did that.
I agree. This was my personal favorite segment from SmackDown. Because you don't see stuff like this from WWE anymore. Like this is something I would have expected from AEW. Honestly, sneaking up in somebody's house, being like, this is the best heel work Seth Rollins has done in a long time. Um, and I really enjoyed it. Like how creepy is it that this dude breaks into this man's house? He's eating this man's food and he's wallowing all over his furniture and like what kind of sick sadistic bastard does this shit, right? Like I really enjoyed it because you don't see heel work like that in WWE anymore. So it was a nice change of pace. Honestly, I really enjoyed this segment. Um, Seth came off looking like the biggest douchebag in the world, and I enjoyed every moment of it.
Yeah, I agree. Man, and it's just adding more fuel to this fire, man. And this is probably the most heated rivalry and feud that they got going on right now. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happens here. We'll probably get the match at Crown Jewel. Um, but who knows? We'll see what happens. I'm definitely looking forward to this next match between them. I think it's gonna be probably the best out of all three that they probably end up doing. I imagine it's just gonna be a trilogy. So uh, we'll see what happens. And yeah, so moving on, we had uh, a rematch in which WWE seems to love to do, and this didn't go anywhere for anybody involved. It was supposed to be a match, but the bell actually never rang. But uh, it was Carmella versus Liv Morgan, supposed to be. Um, Carmella got on the mic before the match started, called Liv a bitch, and essentially was like, "You're never gonna have the chance to mess up my beautiful face ever again. Oh my god!" And fucking decided to put on this bedazzled Sheamus mask, um, and then you know go into the ring here. So the crowd was chanting, "You look stupid," and whatnot. Um, like I said, the match never really began. She kind of just like uh, jumped Liv, and that was really the end of it. Like she got like the upper hand on her. She took the mask off, and then that was pretty much it. So, main question I had is like, what the fuck was this? Like, like why even do that? Like this just felt like a complete waste of a segment. And especially after Liv, got the victory over here, I thought they'd actually just move on from this, but apparently not. They couldn't. They couldn't just move on. So, um, yeah, this is definitely like the biggest downer of the show for me because it just felt like a waste of time. It felt fucking stupid and contrived, and I didn't like it all. Like at all. It was dumb.
I'm 100% behind you. I think this was stupid. For one, they just recently finished the little face mask storyline with Sheamus. So to do it something similar with Carmella, it's kind of like, okay, I just saw this. What are you doing? And I don't. I think this whole segment was a waste of time. Honestly, I think Liv Morgan deserves better. I think honestly Carmella deserves better. Um, I I was hoping that they would move on from this feud because there's nothing left there. Honestly, um, I I really didn't like this segment. And SmackDown has been pretty good about not having bad segments, but this was a rather bad segment on their part.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I feel like the women that aren't in the title picture, they don't get their they don't get to shine like they deserve to. They don't get the opportunities. Like if you can do big match feuds with men without the world title in the picture or the mid card titles in the pictures, why can't you do the same with women? No, they
Yeah.
don't have to be in the title picture, but they could they definitely deserve big match spots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, I think that's unfair to WWE's women's division. I think they deserve more, honestly, than crap like this.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Um, not really sure what the fuck any of this was. I think we just leave it at that and just go ahead and move
Yeah,
on. Um, following this, we had round three of the draft. So, couple surprises here. Actually, well, not really even I think a couple of the selections made a lot of sense. A lot of people stayed where they were. One huge surprise though, and we'll talk about that in just a second. So, round three began. It was Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss to SmackDown, staying on the show that they were currently on. Rhea and Nikki stay on Raw. I guess it doesn't really matter though because the women's tag team championships are defended across both brands. Um, the biggest surprise of this round, Hit Row to SmackDown. I really like this pick. Man, we'll talk about that in just a second. Uh, and then Keith Lee rounded out the round, and he's going to Raw. So, Hit Row gets the nod up from NXT. Man, we talked about it a little bit earlier about how their time in NXT seems to be on their back end, and yeah, they got the nod to SmackDown, which I really enjoy, and I'm really glad that they got the call up to SmackDown. I think they're gonna get booked very well on SmackDown, all four of them, and I cannot wait to see what they do. I really like this pick. I'm glad that NXT actually had some involvement. Like they're getting some recognition. They have some involvement in the draft here. Um, it's not the last NXT call up that we'll see in the night, and probably not the last one for the draft either. So I'm very happy for Hit Row. Very happy to see this. I cannot wait to see what they do on SmackDown.
I agree. I think all the other choices, I think they all went to the right band. Well, I won't lie, I was kind of hoping Keith Lee would go to SmackDown,
Yeah, me too.
but
But
you win some, you lose some. Uh, I think everybody else were their their choices were excellent. But Hit Row honestly kind of surprised me because of how big and how hot they are in NXT right now. I was thinking that we would get tag team championships and all two world a women's championship and a men's championship in the future of Hit Row. But I guess they've been doing so well that uh, Vince decided to forte that and just go ahead and bring them up to the main roster, which I think that just speaks to their level of talent and how good they really are. Um,
yeah,
I
absolutely.
yeah, I can't wait to see what they do on SmackDown. Maybe eventually some run-ins with the Bloodline.
Oh,
Uh,
please, God, yes.
I think that would be good. I'm a big fan of Shinsuke, but maybe we get Swerve as Intercontinental Champion. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of potential with Hit Row coming up to SmackDown. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for them.
Yeah, I agree. This it was definitely a surprise. But man, this is I think it's going to be a good move. Um, in the long term. They're super over, they're well liked by the crowd, and I think they're just going to continue to do the things that they were doing on NXT and do them way better over on SmackDown. And it's fresh. I mean, we get some call ups. We're gonna see. Like you said, we could see Swerve versus Shinsuke. You know, maybe even dabble in with the bloodline a little bit. I mean, I'm I- I'm very excited to see what happens here. And adds a completely different dynamic to SmackDown. Um, so yeah, I would like you said, I would have liked to see Keith Lee go to Raw, but or go to SmackDown rather. But like you said, win some, you lose some. We got a really good call up out of it, I guess. So not bad, not bad. Uh, yeah, moving on. We had it was an eight-man tag match. It was the New Day and the Street Profits versus the Dirty Dogs and the Alpha Academy. I thought this match was really solid. There's a really impressive spot where um, uh, Montez Ford uh, went for like a plancha over, like he went to go launch himself over the top rope, and then Gable caught him in midair and turned it into like a Northern Lights suplex pin, which I thought it was really impressive. And I think it goes to show like Gable as a wrestler is like really underrated. So um, hopefully like wherever he ends up is him and Otis can get a solid push. Pardon me. But yeah, I really enjoyed the match. Um, Good guys won here, and yeah, that's pretty much it for it. It wasn't anything too crazy, but it was a really good match.
Yeah, man, it was good for what it was. Like it was a good TV match, you know.
Yep, yep, yep.
I think it's definitely a good match for WWE. Um, it's hard to call them TV matches anymore because AEW gives us stuff like uh Ryan Danielson and Omega for TV matches.
Yeah,
Um,
true. Yeah.
but for WWE, it was a good match. It kept my interest. It kept me from staring at my phone or anything like that. It was a real good match. But there's not much more to it.
Yeah, agreed, agreed. And yeah, I was happy to see the match. Not bad. Usually sometimes these eight-man tags can be a little bit wonky, but this one was pretty good. And for a TV match, like you said, it was good shit. So, um,
Yeah,
yeah. So moving on, we went into round four of the draft, and so we had some interesting selections here. We had Naomi to SmackDown, which didn't please Sonya Deville at all. We had Ray and Dominic to Raw, which I think is a good switch. Jeff Hardy to SmackDown, which I love, and then another NXT call up going to Raw is Austin Theory. Very interesting pick. I did not expect him to get picked, but he's already been on the main roster. Had some matches. He's had a match at WrestleMania, so um, I was definitely not upset by his pick. I think he can do some good things on the roster. He's only 24 years old. Fucking, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. So hopefully he gets booked well on the main roster. And I guess we'll see where it goes. But I think all these picks here were pretty good for what it's worth.
I am I'm in agreement with you there. I think Naomi staying on SmackDown is the right choice. I mean, I guess if she went to Raw, she could still continue her feud with Sonya Deville, but I think it's best suited for SmackDown, where they'll be given more freedom than what I think they give the stars on Raw. Uh, I think the Mysterios to Raw is a good thing. I just hope they also on Monday that they draft Sami Zayn because it looked like Sami Zayn was going to be the reason the team split up, and I would like to see that storyline continued.
Yes.
Um, I'm happy. I'm really happy to see Jeff Hardy go to SmackDown. I hope that they do a lot more with Jeff Hardy on SmackDown than they have on Raw. And please don't do something stupid like put him in the 24/7 title picture again.
Please
Austin
God.
Theory, I think Austin Theory is an amazing, amazing talent, and I think if pushed right, he could be over the moon on Raw. I think he could be good in, especially in the beginning, the mid card title scene. I think he would be a very refreshing face on Monday Night Raw and in that title picture. I just think that it's going to be a great opportunity for him on Raw.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, very very interested to see what happens with Austin Theory. I just hope he gets booked right. That's the main thing. But yeah, yeah, very very interested to see where all these talent go. Hope, like you said, I hope Sami Zayn also gets drafted to Raw to kind of continue that storyline, because yeah, and then I think the best pick, in my opinion, is Jeff Hardy to SmackDown. I think he'll do a lot better over on SmackDown than on Raw. So yeah, very excited to see that, and yeah, so. In fact, after this, speaking of Jeff Hardy, we got what was supposed to be a promo from him. He was going to be interviewed by Kayla Braxton, but Lesnar interrupted. He was just like, "Oh, hi, are we live? Oh, do you mind?" And he kind of took the mic and he cut a pretty decent promo. Since we don't really hear Brock talk too much, we forget that he can actually like cut a decent promo when he wants to. Um, but essentially, the whole point of it was that he claimed that Paul Heyman did some things to help him become a free agent. So Brock Lesnar is kind of like in that role that John Cena was a couple years ago, where he could just like bounce between brands and do whatever the fuck he wants, and that's what he said. Brock Lesnar's gonna do what Brock Lesnar wants to do, and he gave like a little wink and a nod to the camera, dropped the mic, and walked off. And I thought this was good. Um, is like very seldom do we get an actual Brock Lesnar promo. We're so used to Heyman being his mouthpiece, but I thought this was good, yeah. And I'm excited to see what Brock does. If he can go from between Raw and SmackDown in his own free will, then I'm sure we'll get some very interesting segments out of that. So yeah, it's gonna be cool to see. And I don't know, what did you think here?
Lord, pull up my notes. Talk, talking about Sasha Banks, right? Sasha Banks.
No, I'm talking about the Brock.
Oh, that yeah. I skipped ahead in my notes. I thought it was a good promo, man. Uh, I I think it was a treat because, like you said, we don't get to hear from Brock himself very often. It's usually Paul Heyman cutting the promos on his behalf. Um, I'm honestly, I'm kind of liking face Brock Lesnar because I feel like he's being more himself.
Yeah,
When, like, I think there's a side to Brock Lesnar that, as fans, we don't really know because he is such a private person in his personal life. But I think that we're seeing a little bit of that while with him playing face. I think I think he has a great sense of humor. Uh, I think he's real dominant. I think he's having I don't know. Uh, I'm not gonna say he didn't have fun as a heel, but I think he has more fun as a face. Um, I think he might be better as a heel, but I think he has more fun as a face. He can be more relaxed as a face. I and honestly, we talked about it earlier. I just like this back and forth between Brock and Roman and the like the situation with Paul Heyman. Like, who's Paul Heyman? Whose side is he really on? Like, because like Brock will say stuff like he helped him get his uh the helps him become a free agent in WWE. He's like, thanks, Paul. Like, and it makes you go, is he going to help Lesnar win the championship for Roman? And then there's other moments with Lesnar. I mean, not Lesnar, Roman and Heyman, and you're like, nah, man, he's not going to turn on Roman. He's going to turn on Brock. He's going to hit Brock with a low blow or something and help Reigns win. Like, they're really keeping you guessing with this, and I'm really enjoying it.
Indeed, yeah. Like we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, and that's in this aspect at least is a really good thing. So, looking forward to it. Hopefully some good things come out of it. And yeah, um, moving on. We had a promo from the Bloodline. This was great. Um, Roman absolutely snapped on Paul. As Paul called himself the wise man, and Roman was like, "Oh, he's the wise man. He's our wise man." He's like, "You're the wise man when I call you the wise man, motherfucker." Um, um, he was upset that the Usos did not get drafted on this night. He's sending Paul Heyman to Raw to make sure that it happens. And he's sending the Usos also to be kind of behind him. And he said that if it doesn't happen, to leave him for dead at Raw. Those were his words, to leave him for dead. I thought this was great. This is probably some of the probably like Roman's promo work and stuff like in this head of the table character has always been really good. But I think this like really took the cake just because he was pissed. And we usually see him like kind of calm, cool, and collected for the most part, but he definitely snapped here because it seems like the odds are not in his favor at the moment. So I really enjoyed this. I thought this segment was fucking fantastic, and Heyman looked like he was about ready to cry the whole fucking time. So um, he's definitely. It seems like he's fearing for his fucking life at this moment. And yeah, yeah, I thought this was really good. So what did you think about this promo from the Bloodline?
Oh man, I fucking almost died laughing when Roman snapped on Heyman.
Yeah,
You're the wise man when I say you're the wise man. Oh shit, Roman, calm down, bro.
he's about
Like,
to pop a fucking aneurysm or something.
yeah, like I can see the vein in his forehead jumping. Like, calm down, bro. Breathe. Um, I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm enjoying this back and forth between with Brock, Roman, and Heyman. Like, you don't you honestly don't know what's going to go down. I feel like some people may say it's predictable and Roman's going to beat Brock, but honestly, for me, I don't see it that way. Because one week you think Heyman is 100% Roman, then the next week you hear Brock Lesnar Brock Lesnar's theme ringing on uh, Paul Heyman's phone. Then you it's like back and forth, and I will give WWE this. They've kept me guessing on who's going to win between Lesnar and Roman, and I feel like it's all going to come down to whose side Heyman really chooses.
Yeah. Um, I feel like I feel like Heyman's kind of in like a lose-lose situation because I don't think Roman and the Bloodline really trust him that much, and obviously Brock is just kind of throwing a wrench into things. So he's definitely in an awkward position at this moment, and it's very interesting to see. I'm liking it so far, so can't complain. No complaints on my part. Um, and that led into our main event. So we had it was a WrestleMania rematch between Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks. I thought the match was pretty good for what it's worth. There was a interference spot, which is a bit overdone, but Becky Lynch came down and was on commentary. There was some funny back and forth between her and Michael Cole and Pat McAfee and stuff. Um, but Sasha ended up getting the W in this one because she Bianca was a bit distracted with Becky on the outside. Bianca went to go get back into the match, and Becky just kind of like plopped all of her body weight onto Bianca's ponytail there, or to her like her big braid, which kind of like kept her from getting into the ring. Sasha kind of rolled her up and got the W. And then Charlotte Flair came down afterwards and ambushed both of them. Stood tall in the ring. She was holding her championship high. Becky got on the commentary table, was holding her championship high, and that's how the show ended off. I don't think it was bad, interference spot and whatever, but I thought it was okay for what it was worth.
Yeah, it was okay. Uh, I, I, the match was all right. It wasn't bad. I enjoyed the matchup. I wasn't so happy with the Charlotte coming in and dominating at the end. Like, I'm not happy. I really don't like that they tried to make Charlotte seem like she's the most dangerous and most dominant woman on whatever division she's on. I really don't like that. Like, I don't like that they make it all about Charlotte. Why does it always have to be about Charlotte Flair? Like, no offense to her, she's an incredible wrestler. She's great on the mic, but I feel like so many other people don't get the opportunities they deserve because Charlotte Flair is given those opportunities. Um,
Yep.
I just don't like it, and I feel like I don't know. I don't know, man. I just didn't care for the sneak attack by Charlotte after the match went down. Um, I didn't feel like it was necessary, but it is what it is. I still gave SmackDown an 8.
Yep, me too. Which seems to be the trend of the week. Everything's getting about an 8 this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We probably could have done without the Charlotte attack. I agree with that, but yeah, that's what WWE does. They will do anything to put Charlotte in a position of power. So I guess it is what it is. But yeah, 8 out of 10 for me. Obviously, with it being in the draft, there was a lot of twists and turns, and um, I'm very excited about Hit Row on SmackDown. I cannot stress that enough. I really enjoy that pick, um, and I think it's going to be interesting to see in the coming weeks kind of what happens, especially since Swerve is currently North American champion. So um, I do imagine he'll probably drop the title to Santos before his time in NXT runs out, and yeah, we'll see what happens moving forward, but. Yeah, moving on. We had the final show of the week. It was AEW Rampage, and it kicked off with Rampage. We kicked off the show with Bryan Danielson versus Nick Jackson, and this was a very, very, very good match. Um, Quite good, very yes. It was like I said, Bryan Danielson versus Nick Jackson, and there was some very good spots in this match. Nick Jackson kind of had like the upper hand at a moment. He was doing the yes kicks onto Bryan, but Bryan was just eating him. He was like leaning into him, like, "Come on, what are you doing? Kick me, motherfucker!" He just came across as a savage right there. Ended up getting the upper hand, started kicking the shit out of him. He spit in his face, uh, which I thought was really good. There was a part where they were on the outside and like Cutler kind of had Bryan towards him, and Nick went to go for a kick. He ended up kicking Cutler right in his dumb fucking head, which I thought was funny. Um, and I don't remember the name of the submission, but Brian ended up getting Nick into a submission. Nick tapped out, and Brian got the W, obviously. And I thought this match was really good, and this led into the Elite coming out. They kind of came out to check on Nick Jackson, and there was no brawl yet, surprisingly, but Christian Cage and Jurassic Express came out. To kind of be in the corner because they probably expected that to happen, an ambush, and then a brawl ensued. And Kenny, as soon as the brawl ensued, Kenny Omega ran right out of the ring, straight up the ramp, and there was another, once again, Kenny No Balls chant, which is fucking great. Um, and yeah, as for this whole segment as a whole, with the match and the brawl afterwards, I think is really good. I could see that maybe in the future for some people that this could get a little stale. But I don't think it will for me. I think some people might see it getting stale, but I enjoy it every week. I'm not mad at it. Um, so yeah. So what did you think about this whole opening segment of Rampage?
I thought it was a damn good match. I think there was a great back and forth. I I enjoy seeing Daniel Bryan destroy the Elite. Uh,
Definitely.
and it was cool to see uh, a different finish from Brian Danielson. Forgive me. It's gonna take a while to get used to that one.
Yep.
But he, I like seeing the cattle mutilation submission.
Is that what it was
Um,
called?
yeah,
Okay.
I think that's what they called it when he was fighting Omega. I believe it's cattle mutilation. But I really enjoyed the matchup. I was happy to see Brian get the win, get that old W. Uh, and and I enjoyed the brawl afterwards. Uh, I just enjoy anything Daniel Bryan does. Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson. He's just that good, man. Like we said earlier, he's in the top three wrestlers in the world. Him, Omega, and AJ Styles. And I think he just put on another clinic. A really good match. Uh, I thought it was all good, man. I'm excited for the day we get Omega versus Bryan 2.
Oh yes, yeah, that's gonna be a hell of a match, and maybe we'll actually get a solid winner in the second one. But whenever they get into the ring, it's gonna be insane when it happens. If you thought the first match was nuts, the sequel is probably gonna be much better. So yeah, enjoyed the segment. I really like the Elite and the dynamic with Brian Danielson here. Not mad about it at all. But moving on, we had a promo. It was Hobbs, Hook, and Stark. Essentially Hobbs, or Ricky Starks. Sorry. But Hobbs essentially just kind of like introduced Ricky and or I say introduced is probably for lack of a better word, but he kind of like set up for um, Ricky's promo here, and it was like it looked like a well-directed like movie almost, and he was essentially like driving around in his car, and he called out Brian Cage, and I imagine we're probably gonna get a match between them in the near future, um, and that was pretty much all it was for. Not bad, not not great, but it, you know it served its purpose. So he was calling out Brian Cage. We'll probably get a match between them, and that's pretty much the end of it. Um, Following this, we got a CM Punk promo, which was good. He was talking about his match uh, from Dynamite or whatever, or from last week against Hobbs, where he said like the main thing that he had on him there was experience, and he was interested to seeing who was next to step up to the plate for him, and I am as well. Um, And I know there's a lot of people that seem to be going in a new direction. I think I would like to see CM Punk get into like a bit more of a major feud, and I think I would like to see Malachi Black versus CM Punk next. I,
Ooh,
I think that's the one I want to see.
ooh.
I think that's what I want to see because we'll talk. Well, Malachi ended up cutting a promo later, and we'll talk about it. But he seems to be moving on from the Nightmare family as well. So maybe their paths cross here. So we shall see. We shall
I think
see.
that's I think that's a good match. Somebody else I wouldn't mind seeing CM Punk go up against is Adam Cole.
Oh please,
Uh,
yes.
I think the my top two picks for CM Punk's next opponent would be either Malachi Black or Adam Cole.
Yeah, I agree. And both those matches could do wonders for the trajectory of their respective careers. Um, so yeah, I would like both of those. I think it'd be incredible to see. Um, but yes, see, next up we had that triple threat match between Jade Cargill, Nyla Rose, and Thunder Rosa, and I thought this match was really good. It was brutal for the most part. There was a lot of weapons introduced into this match. Obviously, with it being triple threat, no disqualifications. Why the fuck not? Why not beat the shit out of each other with trash cans, tables, and chairs? Fuck yeah. There was a really good spot that got a holy shit chant out of the crowd where Thunder Rosa powerbombed Nyla off the top turnbuckle through a table onto the outside, which looked like it hurt like a motherfucker because I mean, she's a big girl, so that had to fucking hurt. And Jade ended up picking up a chair. She was like battering it over the spine of Thunder Rosa, and that's kind of what like led to the end of the match. Um, Brutal match, really good. Jade ended up getting the W. I believe she's undefeated. Um, so she's probably going to be in line whenever the next babyface champion gains the AEW Women's Championship. She's probably going to be one of those that is top of the line for a title shot soon. So looking forward to seeing that. And I thought everybody kind of showed out here. I really like Jade Cargill, Nyla Rose's former champion, and Thunder Rosa's on the rise as well. So I think it was a very good match. They had really good chemistry, and we'll see where they go from here. But yeah, I think they definitely see a lot in Jade. I see it as well. I think she's very good, very powerful, um, really good promo work, and she's just pretty much the total package. So, and she's undefeated, so that goes to show. Um, so yeah, what did you think about this match and the segment as a whole?
Uh, I thought it was really good, honestly. I thought the match was uh, damn good. It's one thing I enjoy. I used to love triple threat matches for is the no disqualification rule. And I think that this match, these women took complete advantage of that with tables and chairs and everything else. I like seeing people take advantage of the the rules in matches like this. I feel like in WWE you don't see it as much. With them taking like every now and then they might at the very end of the match he's got a chair and it's all within the rules. Or or they'll go to get the chair and the baby face will smack it out of their hand and they have a straight up match. And I while that's okay, I love it when, like I said, when people like these three women take advantage of rules like no disqualification in triple threat matches. Uh, I think uh, I think it was a really good. I'm not even gonna say women's match, but I thought it was a really good match for anybody. Uh, I thought it was hard hitting, and I do think uh, that power bomb spot looked nasty. And
Oh
like you
yeah.
said, I think that shit hurt real bad.
Yeah,
But
that'd have done some wonders on my spine. That's for damn sure.
exactly. I'd, I'd be humped over like what's his name from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I'd look just like that. Uh, Honestly, I just really enjoyed this matchup. It's one of those matchups that just reminds me of why I love pro wrestling. Like it's I don't know, it was just very entertaining to me. Like it didn't feel like it was a spot that was wasted. I think all three of these women are tremendous wrestlers, and I really can't wait to see what's next for all of them, especially Jade Cargill.
Yes, I agree completely. I think I think she's definitely like one of the top talents in the women's division over there in AEW, and she's got to be in line for a title shot eventually. 'Cause I know they go a lot based off by the ranking system and stuff, so um, she's got to be up there in line for a title shot soon. So uh, yeah, yeah. Moving on, next on the card was that promo I talked about for Malachi Black, where he came across real sinister here, as per usual. Uh, and he said he hoped that Cody was like sick after what he did to them, hope it consumed them, and that he's definitely left them with like a lot to think about. But it seems like he's focusing his attention elsewhere. He said there's a lot of people on the roster that need to pay the toll. So where does his attention go? God, I hope it's towards like someone like CM Punk or like more of like another like high end feud. Um, you know, I think I'm just very interested to see what happens here, because this could be some very good shit that we're leading into. And ever since he's been in AEW, we've only seen him go for the Nightmare Family, so it's new, it's fresh, and um, yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with that moving forward. Is there anybody else other than CM Punk that you would like to see Malachi Black go after?
Um, ooh, that's a tough one. Uh, uh ooh, um, dang, I wouldn't honestly. I wouldn't mind seeing him go up against any member of the elite, uh, or even Brian Danielson. I
Yeah.
think that they could put on a good match. Long time, I don't know. Maybe Sammy. Uh, get
Ooh.
put Malachi in the title picture for the TNT Championship. Maybe that's a good spot for him.
You know what I think would be a really interesting feud now that I think about it? Him versus Miro.
Ooh, that
Because
could be nice.
you know, with Miro being uh, in this Redeemer gimmick, and he's like very close with God. You know, obviously Malachi being more the sinister, devilish person. I'm not gonna say he's satanic or anything, but he's definitely more on the dark side. Um, I think that could be a very interesting dynamic.
I agree. I think that'd be a nice matchup.
But it would be very interesting to see a heel versus heel feud, though. I'd say that for sure. I don't know if they would be willing to do that, but I mean, shit, I'd book it. Fuck it. Um, but yeah, so I think it was really good. I'm very interested to see what happens. I think we'll get more answers with that on Dynamite and next week on Rampage also. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Then we got a promo from our new TNT champion, Sammy Guevara, who apparently got called out by, of all people, fucking Bobby Fish. Bobby Fish is going to be in AEW, so apparently there's going to be a title match between the two. Um, fuck yeah, I'm excited to see it, man. I did not know that this happened. This was going down. Um, it was news to me. I was like, Bobby Fish, really? Um, so yeah, very interested to see that match because you know Bobby's a really good wrestler, and it's kind of crazy that you know he got released on the day that Adam Cole went to go meet with Vince McMahon on SmackDown, and now he's in it. Now he's going to be in AEW alongside of him. So, uh, very interested to see uh, what uh, what comes of this match. What are your opinions on this?
I I it feels like half of Undisputed Era has left WWE now. Um, I think Bobby Fish is an incredible wrestler, and I think him and Sammy Guevara can put on some really good matches. If which we know AEW will allow them to do what they want, but once AEW lets them get out there and tear the roof down, um, I think they'll have a pretty good showing, and I'm excited to see it.
Indeed, yeah. Really excited to see it. I think the fans will be excited to see Bobby in AEW also. And I think we're going to be in for a treat with this match. Um, and yeah, can't wait to see it. Um, Next up was leading into our main event where we had a promo from Orange Cassidy, Matt Hardy, and Jack Evans. Uh, Orange Cassidy was really funny here. He's like, "What am I doing again?" And he was like, "You're gonna be in a hair versus hair match." And he was like, "Oh well, I guess I won't lose then." Just thought that was pretty funny. I really like his character. Um, Jack Evans did not seem thrilled at all about being in this match, and I can understand why. I am someone who has really long, amazing hair. I wouldn't want to be in a hair versus hair match, trying and with the potential of losing that shit either. Especially with the history of male pattern baldness in my family, that shit probably wouldn't grow back. So, fucking. It's definitely that shit worries me. Uh, but yeah, so I thought the promo work was funny. Led into the match. Obviously, it was Orange Cassidy versus Jack Evans, hair versus hair. Pretty good spots here. Jack Evans was is incredibly acrobatic. He had a 450 splash off the apron to the outside on Orange Cassidy. Um, but Orange had like control over most of the match, and HFO kind of came out to try to swing the momentum back in Jack Evans' favor. But then the best friends came out and intercepted them, and it was only like a little bit of HFO. I think it was like a Butcher and the Blade and a couple others. They came out. Then the rest of HFO came out. Um, to try like once again they wanted to swing the momentum back in Jack Evans' favor. Then Dark Order joined the best friends and they kind of stood on the ramp in between the ring, and they did not allow HFO to get to Jack Evans to try to DQ the match or whatever their plans were. It ended up Orange Cassidy hit the orange punch. He got the victory, and that meant that Jack Evans was going bald. And Matt Hardy uh, did did what he said was called for the greater good and just kind of let it happen. He said he couldn't. No injuries can be afforded at this time towards any member of the HFO. So he kind of left Jack Evans in there to be to be butchered, so to speak. Um, and yeah, it was a good match. Jack Evans ended up going bald. They shaved his head, and yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Uh, I, it was entertaining for what it was. I'll give
Yeah,
you that. It
for
was
sure.
wild. Um, um, I enjoyed the matchup. I enjoy seeing Orange Cassidy, and I don't even know how to describe his gimmick, but I enjoy his gimmick very much. Um, um,
It's like he really doesn't give a shit about anything, huh? He's super lazy.
yeah,
Fucking
yeah, like no fucks are given by Orange Cassidy.
honestly.
Um, I thought it was hilarious how Matt Hardy just bailed out on that man so he could get scalped.
Yeah, honestly. He's like, you know what? This is for the greater good. We're leaving. Retreat, retreat.
Um, I thought it was a good matchup. It was entertaining for what it was. My favorite part though came at the end of the show when the Dark Order and the Best Friends are sharing a hug with Brody Jr. I love how AEW has stayed in touch with Brody Lee's family, and they they still do stuff with Brody Jr. and his wife and stuff like that. I think that's really amazing, man. I really appreciate AEW not giving up on his family, knowing that they made their living his and that Brody Lee gave them everything he had before he passed on.
Hmm.
I think it's really cool that they still involve Brody Jr.
Yeah, I really like that too. If I'm not mistaken, they like signed him to like a lifetime contract or something, so they have like some income to come in between them or to come from that. So
Uh huh.
AEW's really done a really good job at taking care of them after their major loss like that, and I really respect them for it. Um, it was definitely a good gesture, and like you said, I loved that they kind of shared a hug with Negative One there, and yeah. Every time I say his name, I think of the Slipknot song, so it just plays in my head. Um, but who knows? Maybe down in sometime in the future, whenever he debuts in the ring, that'll be his song. Who knows? It would make sense. Uh,
Oh yeah.
um, but yeah, no, yeah, I thought this was good. For Rampage, I gave it a 9 out of 10. This is the only one that I did not give an 8 this week. Um, I thought everything was really good. Um, wasn't perfect by any means, of course, but it was close to it. I think. Um, from open to finish, it was really good work. All the promos kicked ass. All the matches kicked ass. Not mad about it at all. Really good week of wrestling, and yeah, hopefully next week follows suit.
I 100% agree with you. I really enjoyed this episode. I gave it a 9 as well. Um, I think AEW has been hitting the nail on the head with these shows. They're just they're so good and they're just getting better.
Yep.
And can't wait to see what the future holds for AEW and us as fans. And like you said, I hope uh, next week's shows were as good as this week.
Indeed, indeed. Which I have yet to receive a reason to believe otherwise. So, um, very interested to see what happens. And yeah, so that is, I guess that's pretty much it for this week's podcast. Thank you all for tuning in. We do have a top 10 video coming out. We'll probably be recording that tomorrow. We'll drop sometime later in the day. And yeah, look out for that. So, is there any comments that you want to add in closing?
No, man, I just that this was a great week of wrestling, and I hope if you haven't seen it, you are able to catch up on it.
Indeed, indeed. All right. So, I guess without further ado, my name's Diavolo,
And this is Lunchbox.
and thank you all for tuning in. And we'll catch you all on the next one. Peace out, guys.
Peace out.